I wasn't planning on staying in that cabin. I had no real reason to stop there, other than being tired and a little too confident in my ability to make it to my destination before dark. I had started my trip from a small town about 2 hours away, planning to drive into the mountains, park near the trailhead, hike for a day, and camp out for 2 nights before heading back. But things rarely go as planned when you're too relaxed with your schedule. It had already been a rough week. I was trying to get away from things. A breakup that had been dragging on, stress from work, my sleep schedule wrecked from too many late nights staring at my phone. I just needed some peace, some quiet, and no signals. I had hiked in this area before years ago, and I remembered it being peaceful. There was a trail I liked that looped around a narrow valley with streams and heavy tree cover, and I figured I'd start there again. I had packed all my gear the night before: tent, food, GPS, a small handgun I kept in the glove compartment just in case. I liked being alone in nature, but I wasn't dumb about it. The day started off okay. I was running behind because I'd slept in, but I didn't think it would matter much. The road was mostly dirt after a certain point, winding up through empty pine-covered hills. It had rained earlier that week, so the road was washed out in some spots, but still passable. I drove slow, windows down, music off, just the sounds of the trees and tires crunching on gravel. I felt the tension in my chest start to drop. I knew the trailhead was somewhere near mile marker 14. I remember reading that online, and the last time I was there, I had parked near an old forestry gate. But I must have missed it. I kept going too far. By the time I realized I had passed it, the sun had dropped low, and I figured I didn't want to waste time backtracking. That's when I saw the cabin. It sat about 30 feet off the road, partly hidden behind trees. A small old building with a rusted tin roof and a chimney made from river rock. No car nearby, no mailbox, just sitting there like something out of an old postcard, but more worn. I slowed down as I passed it. The windows were dark, but the structure looked intact. I figured it was probably one of those old Forest Service cabins that people forget about. No signs posted. No trespassing boards nailed to the trees. I kept driving for another half-mile before stopping. I just didn't want to sleep in the car again. That was the main reason. I told myself I'd just check it out, see if it was locked. If it was, I'd move on. But if it was open and dry inside, maybe I could just roll out my sleeping bag for one night. I wasn't planning to mess with anything. I grabbed my pack, locked the truck, and walked back up the road. The path to the cabin was narrow, overgrown, but it looked like people had walked there before. A few broken branches at head height, leaves pressed into the dirt in a way that only feet could do. The air felt heavy, like it always does when the sun starts going down and the wind dies off in the forest. When I reached the porch, I noticed that the door wasn't shut all the way. It looked like the wood had swollen, making it stick at the bottom. I pushed it gently and it creaked open. Inside, it was dark but dry. The room was simple, wooden floor, a small table with 2 chairs, an old iron stove in the corner, and a cot with a rolled-up blanket. Everything smelled like damp pine and dust. But there was no trash, no beer cans or sleeping bags left behind. It didn't feel like someone had stayed here in a while. It didn't feel lived in at all. I stood there for a long minute just listening. No sounds inside except the faint ticking of cooling wood in the roof. I dropped my pack near the wall and walked slowly around the room. The floor creaked under every step. I checked the cabinets, empty. No dishes, no canned food, just bare shelves. The cot's blanket was thin and stiff. It looked like it hadn't been unfolded in years. I opened the back door, which led to a small clearing and a stone fire ring that was half collapsed. The trees circled in tight behind the cabin, thick and close, branches tangled. I went back inside, shut the door, and leaned my pack against the wall. I figured I'd eat, lay down for a bit, and head out in the morning. There was nothing threatening about the place. It just felt forgotten, like the forest was slowly taking it back. The first thing that set me off was the scratching sound. It came from the wall behind the stove, slow and soft, like something tiny moving through insulation. I figured it was a squirrel or maybe a mouse. I wasn't thrilled about that, but I'd camped in worse spots. I unpacked a bit of food, sat on the floor with my back to the wall, and ate while the last of the light outside disappeared. Later that night, maybe around 1 a.m., I woke up to a loud creak. I had rolled my sleeping bag out in the corner near the window and dozed off without really meaning to. I didn't move for a minute, just listened. The noise hadn't come from outside, it was inside. I stayed still, eyes open in the dark, trying to convince myself that the old would just shifts with temperature. But then I heard it again, this time from the back door. A long, drawn-out creak, like weight settling on the porch boards. My first instinct was to reach for my flashlight and the small pistol I kept in my bag. I didn't grab it yet. I just sat up slowly, straining to hear anything else. No voices, no footsteps, just the deep stillness of the woods. I started to think maybe a raccoon had gotten curious. I got up, walked slowly toward the back door, and put my ear near the wood. Silence. I flicked on my flashlight and opened the door quickly, expecting to scare off whatever animal was there. But the clearing outside was empty. No movement, no sounds, just cold air and the smell of pine. I stepped out and swept the light around the edge of the trees. Nothing, no eyes reflecting back. I walked in a circle, checked the ground, no prints, no scat, nothing out of place. I went back inside and locked the door, then moved my bag closer to the front wall and tried to sleep again. I kept the pistol next to me now. By morning, everything seemed fine again. The sun came in through the dusty windows, and the cabin looked almost peaceful in the daylight. I packed up, planning to get back on the trail, but just as I stepped out to leave, I saw something that made me stop cold. There were footprints around the cabin. Not animal tracks, bare human footprints. They weren't mine. I had worn hiking boots the whole time. These were different. Bare soles, long toes, wide arches. At least 4 sets, maybe more. They came from the woods behind the clearing and circled the back door, then disappeared again into the trees. Some were newer, pressed into the damp dirt from last night's dew. I followed a few for a minute before they vanished into the underbrush. I went back inside, locked both doors, and sat down hard on the floor. I stayed in that cabin all day. I don't even know why. I just didn't want to move anymore. I couldn't explain the footprints. There were no signs of a camp nearby. No smoke, no sound of vehicles, no wrappers or garbage in the trees. Just those footprints. I kept telling myself it could have been hikers or some barefoot back to the land people living off-grid. But that didn't explain why they came so close to the cabin, or why they didn't knock or speak or show themselves. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 11 p.m., I heard the back door creak again. This time it was slower. I sat completely still in the dark, clutching the pistol in my hand, heart beating so loud I thought they'd hear it. I had blocked the door with the table earlier, and I heard it shift slightly. Just a small thud of wood on wood. Then silence. I didn't move. I waited, straining to hear even a breath. An hour later, I heard something tap the window. Just once. Like a knuckle. Not hard. Just a light touch. I never moved. I didn't even shine my light. I just sat there, staring into the dark, trying not to breathe too loud. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I must have fallen asleep around 4 a.m. from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up, it was bright and warm inside, like nothing had happened. But when I opened the back door again, I saw something new. On the center stone of the old fire pit, someone had placed 3 small pine cones in a row, perfectly spaced, perfectly aligned. I didn't pack anything. I didn't even grab all my gear. I shoved the pistol into my pocket and ran straight to the road. My truck was still there, untouched, thank God. I drove the whole way back without stopping. Didn't eat, didn't drink, just drove. I reported what happened to the local sheriff, but they just nodded and took my statement without much reaction. They said sometimes squatters live in the woods. They said weird stuff happens in old cabins, especially ones off the grid. They said they'd look into it. I don't think they ever did. I didn't tell them everything. I didn't tell them that when I checked my phone back home, I found 34 photos in my camera roll that I hadn't taken. All black, grainy shots from inside the cabin. Angles that only made sense if someone had been crouched behind furniture. Watching me, most were blurry, but one was clear. It showed me, sleeping in the corner. My face lit up from the faint glow of my... I drove nearly 8 hours before the roads started getting rough and the trees swallowed everything. It was late October, and the leaves had just turned full red and orange. The air felt cold, sharp, and dry. I had found this old cabin listed through a forum for people who wanted to disconnect. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors, and supposedly no stress. It was the kind of place you went to be alone, and I needed that. My life had felt like it was falling apart for months. Everything back home was too loud. Too many people, too many problems. Work had been dragging me down, and I'd stopped sleeping properly. I figured if I didn't get away, even for a while, I'd snap. So I packed up what I thought I'd need for 2 weeks, loaded my car with food, water, clothes, a small camping stove, a cooler full of ice, and a battery pack for basic stuff. I brought books and a journal. I even left my laptop at home on purpose. I didn't want to check anything. No emails, no news, no texts. The road leading up to the cabin was more like a path. I almost missed it. The trees leaned over the dirt road so thick that light barely made it through. I drove slowly because the ground was full of holes, and I didn't want to risk a flat. The farther in I got, the more I felt like I was disappearing from the world, like I was sliding into some forgotten space where nothing modern could follow. The cabin sat in a clearing just big enough to let in a bit of sky. It was old, built from dark logs, the roof covered in moss. One side tilted a little, like it had settled unevenly over the years. There was a small porch in front and 2 wooden steps leading up to it. The windows had shutters that hung crooked, and the door had a latch instead of a lock. Behind it, the woods went on for miles, maybe hundreds. Inside, it smelled like dust and pine. There was one room, a single bed pushed up against the far wall, a wood stove in the corner, a small wooden table with a lantern on it and 1 chair. A few shelves nailed into the walls held some canned food and old pans. It was simple, just what I needed. I didn't come out here to be comfortable. I wanted peace and silence. I unpacked, set up my stuff, and got the fire going in the stove. The wood was already stacked outside, dry and covered. Someone had kept the place maintained at least a little. I spent the first day settling in, cleaning out the dust, checking that nothing was broken, sweeping leaves off the porch, and watching the trees sway in the wind. By the time it got dark, the cold really set in. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, read by the lantern light, and fell asleep early. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I went on walks during the day. The trails behind the cabin weren't marked, but they were easy enough to follow if I made mental notes of where I turned. I saw deer a couple of times, heard a fox barking at night. Everything felt quiet and slow. I started to sleep better. I started to breathe easier. The headaches I'd been getting for weeks stopped. But on the 4th night, something strange happened. I woke up around 2 or 3 a.m. because the fire had gone out and the cold was biting through my blanket. I got up to add more wood. As I opened the stove door, I saw something flash past the window outside. Just a shadow. Quick. Too quick to see clearly. Could have been an animal, maybe a big raccoon or a fox. But it moved fast and it looked taller than that. I froze, holding the log in my hand, staring at the window. Nothing. Just trees. Everything still. I waited a full minute before putting the log in and lighting the fire again. I told myself I was just seeing things. Maybe the flicker of the lantern reflected off the glass. Maybe it was my imagination. I went back to sleep, but it took me a while. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped more wood. I made some coffee on the camping stove. But the whole time I kept looking at the woods. Something about that flash outside the window kept nagging me. That night, I locked the shutters before I went to bed. Not that they would do much. The latch on the door was more for show than anything. Still, I tried to convince myself I was being stupid. At around midnight, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't the cold. I didn't know why I was awake. I just sat up, heart beating fast for no reason. I didn't hear anything. Then I realized the fire had gone out again, and the room was cold and quiet. I sat still, wrapped in my sleeping bag, and listened. Then I heard it, a slow crunching sound outside. Leaves, sticks, like someone was walking around the cabin. Not running, just walking, one step at a time. Not a deer, not a raccoon. The steps were too slow, too heavy. I didn't move. I just sat there, holding my breath. The sound circled the cabin once, then again, then stopped. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, nothing. Then I heard a soft creak. One of the steps on the porch. I held my breath until my chest hurt. Then silence again. I sat there until the lantern burned out. The cabin stayed dark and cold. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I went outside. The grass around the cabin was flattened in a few places. Could have been deer, but I knew what I heard. Still, I didn't leave. I had food. I had firewood. I came out here to get away, and I wasn't gonna let some random noise drive me out. I tried to act normal. I took a walk in the opposite direction of the sound. I climbed a small hill about a mile away. From the top, I could see the whole tree line stretch in every direction. Nothing moved. The air was dead quiet. When I came back, the cabin looked normal. I checked the porch. Nothing broken. No footprints I could see clearly. But something was different. The latch on the door was unhooked. I was sure I'd locked it. Inside, nothing was missing. Nothing looked touched. But I had a feeling someone had been in there. Just a feeling. Hard to explain. Like the air was thicker, or the silence was deeper. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire going. I sat in the chair with the axe I'd used for chopping wood. I kept staring at the windows. At one point, I thought I saw movement again, but it was gone before I could focus on it. The steps didn't come back that night, but I didn't sleep more than an hour. The next day, I made a plan. I packed a small bag with some food and water, just the basics. I was gonna hike out and follow the dirt road back to the highway. It would take a few hours on foot, but I figured I'd come back with my car in the morning and grab the rest of my things. I started the hike just before noon. The air was cold but clear. I followed the road, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. After about an hour and a half, I heard a sound in the trees behind me, twigs snapping. I froze and looked. Nothing, just trees. I picked up the pace, but the sound came back. More twigs, closer. I started to jog. I didn't look back again. I just ran, for maybe 2 more miles. Then I reached the fork in the road that led to the highway, but it wasn't there. The road kept going, but the fork I remembered wasn't there. Just trees. I stood there confused for a while. Then I turned around and realized the trees looked different. The same road I had just come down was gone. The curve, the slight dip where I had crossed a dry stream, gone. I was standing in a place I didn't recognize. I kept walking anyway. I didn't want to go back to the cabin. But the more I walked, the more the road twisted and curved in ways I didn't remember. By the time the sun started dropping, I knew I was lost. I had GPS on my phone, but no signal, no map. I tried to retrace my steps. Nothing looked right. I gave up and camped under a tree, wrapped in my blanket. I didn't sleep much. The sound of sticks snapping came back. This time closer. I didn't see anything, but I knew someone was out there. The next morning, I tried again. After hours of walking, I finally found a trail that looked familiar. By early afternoon, I was back at the cabin. The door was open. Inside, all my food was gone. Nothing else touched, just the food. Even the cooler was empty. The ice had been dumped out onto the floor. I sat down on the bed and tried not to panic. I still had some power left in the battery pack. I turned on my flashlight and double-checked every part of the cabin. Nothing else missing. No sign of anyone. No footprints. No marks. I spent the rest of that day chopping more wood and keeping the fire strong. I found a few more cans hidden on a shelf I hadn't checked. Enough to last 2 days, maybe 3 if I stretched it. I didn't leave again. I stayed put. Waited. Over the next few days, it got worse. Every night I heard footsteps. Sometimes they came close. Sometimes they stayed at the edge of the trees. Once I found a piece of deer antler on the porch. I hadn't heard any animals. It was just sitting there, like someone had left it. On the 9th night, I heard something heavier than steps. A dragging sound, like something being pulled through the dirt. It went past the cabin slowly and stopped near the back. I didn't look. I stayed inside with the fire burning and the axe in my lap. I don't like being around people too much. I never really have. Even when I lived in the city, I kept to myself as much as I could, going to work, getting back, locking my door behind me. No parties, no small talk with neighbors. Just my routines the way I like them. I think that's why I bought the cabin. It wasn't impulsive exactly, but it was one of those things I thought about for a while without telling anyone and then just did. It's not some fancy second home like you see on YouTube or whatever. Just an old wooden place, deep in the trees about 3 hours from the nearest proper town, with a wood stove, a bunk, a little bathroom, and a front porch that creaks every time I shift my weight. I don't have cell reception out there. I use a satellite phone for emergencies and an old radio to pick up some stations if I need to hear another human voice. But mostly I go out there because I want the quiet. The trip this time started like it always did. I left on a Friday morning in late October, the air just starting to feel cold enough to see your breath if you stepped outside at the right time. I packed what I always packed: cans, dry food, water jugs, a propane stove, some books, a headlamp, matches, extra socks, my sleeping bag, a rifle, and a notebook. I like to take long walks through the woods during the day and write in the evenings. My only real rules were: stay out of unfamiliar territory, come back before dark, and don't take risks with the weather. I kept those rules for years. That Friday, I got to the cabin around noon. The dirt road that led up to it had gotten worse since the last time. My truck's tires slid a bit in a patch of loose gravel that didn't used to be there, and I made a mental note to shovel it into the ditch before I left. When I got to the clearing, I noticed a few things right away. First, the door looked like it had been messed with, not broken, but the handle was loose. That could have been weather, I told myself. Metal shifts in the cold. The second thing was a bundle of sticks stacked neatly beside the door, too neatly to be random. They were tied together with twine. Not a big bundle, maybe enough for one fire. I'd never tied sticks like that. That threw me off. I looked around the cabin, circling it twice. No tracks, no sign anyone had forced their way in. I had a heavy lock on the door, and it was still there, though the hasp looked scratched up. Again, I told myself it could have been wind or an animal. I didn't like the idea of someone being there, but I didn't see anything stolen or damaged. I took the bundle of sticks and threw it out into the woods, then went inside and unpacked. That first night was uneventful. I made soup, read a few chapters of a book about mountain survival, and wrote a few paragraphs in my notebook. I slept fine. Saturday morning, I decided to walk the East Trail. It's not really a trail anymore, just a faded path where the underbrush is slightly thinner. I followed it for about 2 hours, saw a fox, scared off a few birds, and stopped for lunch near a stream I'd always liked. The air was cold but clean. Still, I felt off. Not paranoid, just watched. Every now and then I'd glance behind me and stare through the trees. There was nothing there, always nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling. On my way back, about a mile from the cabin, I found something strange. A green tarp, partly hidden under dead leaves, tucked between 2 tree roots. I uncovered it slowly, half expecting to find something dead beneath it. Instead, it was covering a pile of supplies. An old backpack, 2 cans of beans, a flashlight, and a crushed cigarette box. There was also a cracked GPS device and a hunting knife with dried rust. At least, I hoped it was rust. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't look like it had been touched in months. The bag was dirty and worn. I didn't open it all the way, but I saw a rolled-up flannel shirt and a packet of jerky inside. I put everything back the way it was and made a note in my notebook when I returned to the cabin. * unmarked camp 1 mile east. Looks abandoned. Check again before I leave. * That night, I locked the cabin extra tight. I kept the rifle beside me and didn't light a fire, which made the place feel much colder than I liked. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to piss. I stood on the porch in my boots and long underwear, shivering in the dark. I didn't use a flashlight because the moon was full. I heard something crack far off in the trees, like a branch snapping. It wasn't an animal. I knew the difference. This was a single, sharp snap, followed by silence. I didn't move for 10 minutes. Then I went back inside. Sunday morning, I planned to hike west instead. I wanted to stay as far as possible from that tarp. But the road west was partly washed out by a small mudslide. Not fresh, but fresh enough that I couldn't pass through without slipping. So I stayed near the cabin, chopped some wood, cleaned out the ash box, made coffee. Around noon, I heard something strange. It was a long, low metallic clang. It came from the trees. I didn't go looking for it. Instead, I stayed close and tried to write. My notebook stayed mostly blank. That night, I kept the rifle on my lap until I fell asleep in the chair. I didn't plan to leave until Monday, but by Monday morning, I felt like I had overstayed. I packed quickly and quietly, but when I went to start my truck, the battery was dead. I'd never had that happen before. The light had been off, the doors were shut. I checked the battery terminals, clean, no corrosion, but it was drained. That forced me into a decision. I could hike out 10 miles to the ranger station or spend another night. I had enough food. I had a fire, but I didn't want to be there anymore. Still, I didn't want to hike that far with a full pack and no guarantee of getting a ride. So I stayed. That evening, I checked the east path again, almost against my better judgment. I wanted to see if the tarp was still there. When I got close, I found that it wasn't. The ground where it had been was disturbed. The leaves were pushed aside in a wide pattern like someone had crouched there for a while. But the tarp, the backpack, and everything else was gone. I turned back immediately. Halfway to the cabin, I stopped and turned around. I didn't hear anything, but the hair on my arms stood up. It felt like someone was following me. I started walking faster. Then I heard the sound of leaves crunching behind me. Slow, deliberate steps. Not an animal. I didn't run. I walked fast, gripping the rifle. I got to the cabin just as the last light left the sky. I slammed the door, locked it, and moved the table in front. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat and listened. Around midnight, I heard steps on the porch. Slow, single steps, then silence. No knock, no sound of retreat, just silence. I stayed frozen until dawn. When the sun came up, I opened the door with the rifle raised. No one, no prints, but the porch boards were scuffed. I took only what I could carry, grabbed my satellite phone, and left the rest. I hiked fast, stopping only once to drink water. I didn't hear anything behind me, but I didn't feel alone. I got to the ranger station around noon. They called a tow truck and gave me a ride into town. I didn't say much. I just told them the battery died and I didn't want to be stranded. Later that week, I went online and looked up missing people reports from that area. One name came up, Daniel Lisk, a hunter who'd gone missing last October, almost exactly a year earlier. He'd left his truck at the same trailhead I always used. They found it with the keys in the ignition, doors shut, no signs of struggle. His camp had been disturbed, but nothing was stolen. The search lasted 2 weeks and turned up nothing. They assumed he got lost and froze or fell. But now I'm not so sure. What stuck with me wasn't just the tarp or the sound on the porch. It was the way the bundle of sticks was tied, like someone had done it carefully and left it as a message. I think someone's living out there, or hiding. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a man. Someone who doesn't want to be found, or someone who wants to be. I never went back to that cabin. I hired a local to drive out with a trailer and pack up what little was worth saving. I sold the property 6 months later to someone who said they were writing a novel and wanted peace and quiet. I never told them about the tarp, or the footsteps, or the sound on the porch. I figured if they heard it too, they'd figure out when it was time to leave. It started with silence. Not the kind of silence you get in the middle of the night in the city, where there's still a low hum from distant cars or the wind brushing past old buildings. No, this was a different kind. Heavy, pressing silence. The type that makes your ears work harder, like they're trying to pick up something that's not there. I noticed it the moment I got out of my truck and stood beside the snow-covered steps of the cabin. The air was sharp, almost painfully cold, and the snow beneath my boots made that high-pitched crunch with every step. My breath turned thick in front of me, curling up into the still air like smoke from a dying fire. The drive up had been long, almost 8 hours, most of it through icy roads that wound around forests so dense the sun barely got through. I'd rented this cabin a few months ago, found it online, looked decent. It was cheap, way cheaper than I expected. Said it had electricity and a working wood stove plus a lake view, though I figured that would just be a frozen sheet this time of year. I come here to get away for a while. No big reason, just tired of people, tired of noise. Work had been grinding me down. The kind of grind you don't even notice until you suddenly wake up one day and realize you haven't had a real breath of air in months. So I packed up what I needed, enough food for a couple weeks, warm clothes, a couple flashlights, a good sleeping bag, some firewood, and a few basic tools. The plan was simple. Sleep, read, hike around a bit, and maybe get some peace back into my bones. The cabin was older than it looked in the photos. Wooden planks dark with age. Roof sagging slightly at the edges. The windows had been boarded up from the inside, probably to help with heat loss. The lock was stiff. Took me a few minutes of wiggling the key before it turned. When I stepped inside, the air smelled stale, like old wood and forgotten corners. Dust floated where the sunlight cut through the boards. The kind of place where your footsteps echoed for longer than they should. The first night was uneventful. Cold, even with the fire going, but I expected that. I set up a small cot by the stove and unpacked my gear. Ate a can of beans straight from the tin and sat watching the flames until my eyes got heavy. No phone signal, no noise, just fire and shadows. Slept hard that night. The second day, I walked the area around the cabin. It sat in a little clearing, surrounded by thick woods in every direction. About 100 feet down a slope, the trees opened to a frozen lake, completely still, smooth like glass, and covered with a thin sheet of white powder. I walked to the shore, kicked at the ice a little, and stood there looking across to the other side. Just trees, no cabins, no roads, just miles of nothing. That night I heard something. I just settled into the cot and was watching the fire when I picked up a sound from outside. Faint, but there, not an animal, not wind. It sounded like movement, heavy movement, a slow, steady crunch across snow. I sat up, stared at the wall for a long time. I didn't move to the window, didn't want to. Could have been a moose or a deer. That's what I told myself. But I didn't hear the sound again. Eventually, I lay back down, stared at the ceiling until the fire dimmed and the cold crept up around the edges of the sleeping bag. On the third morning, I went outside and noticed something strange. Tracks in the snow, not mine, not animal either. They were too clean, too deep. Human. Boots. They came from the trees, from the backside of the cabin. Walked halfway to the door, then turned back. My chest felt tight when I saw that. I followed them to where they disappeared into the woods. The snow was a few inches deep. Fresh tracks. Couldn't have been more than a day old. Maybe even that morning. I stood there for a long time staring into the woods. Didn't hear anything. Didn't see anyone. But the feeling of being watched crawled up my spine. My neck tensed without me telling it to. I forced myself to go back inside. Closed the door. Bolted it. Sat near the stove for hours doing nothing. Just listening. That night I didn't sleep much. Every creak of the wood made me flinch. I kept the flashlight close and the fire going. Kept listening. Didn't hear anything new, but the tracks stayed in my mind. The next few days passed slow. I didn't hike around much anymore. I stayed close to the cabin. Checked the snow every morning. Sometimes there were no tracks. Sometimes there were. Always just one set. Always coming from a different direction. Never directly to the cabin, but always close. Whoever it was, they never made it to the door again. I didn't like that. Made it feel like they were testing me, seeing how close they could get without being seen. Once, I walked a little deeper into the woods, following one of the older sets of prints. They twisted through the trees for a while, then just stopped. No turn, no end, no sign of going back. Just ended. I stood there looking at them for a long time. Then I turned around and left. My legs didn't stop shaking until I was back inside with the door shut. By day 7, things started going missing. Small things at first. A glove, a box of matches, one of my thermal shirts. I thought I was losing my mind. Thought maybe I just misplaced them. But then a full can of soup vanished from the shelf. That's when I knew it wasn't me. I started locking things inside. I'd brought a metal trunk with a latch. Started putting anything useful in there and keeping the key on me at all times. I rigged a small bell to the door with fishing line. Stuck little sticks vertically into the snow outside, right near the door and windows. Traps, simple ones. Not to catch someone, just to tell me if someone had been there. I checked them obsessively, every hour. Sometimes they were undisturbed. Sometimes one was knocked over. Once, I found a footprint right up against the wall under the living room window. Just one. Like someone stood there, listening. I didn't sleep much at all anymore. Maybe a few hours at a time. My eyes hurt from staying open so long. I started talking to myself. Not real sentences, just short thoughts. Like reminders. Asterisk, you're okay. Don't panic. Get through the night. Asterisk, things like that. I'd never felt fear like this before. Not panic, but that constant slow pressure like something was waiting just outside. Day 9, I saw him. It was just before dusk. I was chopping wood near the back of the cabin when I heard something. Not a twig snap, not an animal. It was a cough. Quick, muffled. About 20 feet behind me. I froze. Didn't turn right away. Just stood there, axe in hand, breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned. There was a man standing between two trees. Maybe 30, maybe older, it was hard to tell. He wore a dark coat and a black beanie. Dirty, beard thick, matted. His eyes locked onto mine. Didn't move, just stared. I lifted the axe slightly, not in a threat, just instinct. We stayed like that for a long moment. Then he stepped backward, deeper into the woods, and disappeared. I didn't chase. I didn't yell. I just went inside, locked every window, every door, and sat in the corner with the axe resting on my lap. My body wouldn't stop shaking. I thought about leaving that night, packing the truck, driving the 8 hours back home. But when I looked outside, snow had started falling heavy. The road in and out of this place was already bad in good weather. In a storm, it was impossible. I had to wait. Day 10, I found the shack. I was low on firewood, so I hiked out a bit farther, toward the west side of the lake. That's when I saw something through the trees. A structure. Not part of my rental, not anything I'd seen before. I approached carefully. It was old, made of branches and tarps, covered with snow, half buried in the woods. Trash was scattered all around it. Cans, wrappers, bits of metal. A sleeping bag lay crumpled on top of a pile of dry leaves. Someone had been living there. I didn't stay long, just long enough to see what it was. Then I turned and left, fast. Back at the cabin, I packed everything. I didn't care if the storm was still coming. I wasn't going to spend another night there. I drove out late that afternoon. Took nearly twice as long as it had coming in. I slid twice, nearly spun out once. But I made it. I drove straight home, didn't stop until I hit pavement. I called the rental company once I was back. Told them someone was squatting near the property. Told them they needed to get someone up there. They didn't seem surprised. Said they'd look into it. Weeks passed. I didn't sleep well for a long time. Every sound in my house made me tense up. I started checking locks 3-4 times a night. Eventually, the fear faded. But I never went back. Never went near the woods again. I still think about the man. The way he stood between the trees, completely still. The way he watched me, day after day, without ever making contact. I don't know what he wanted. Maybe just food. Maybe more. I don't like thinking about it. But what sticks with me the most is this. A few months back, my house in the suburbs got broken into while I was inside. I didn't hear much. Just the sliding door cracking open, a few soft thuds, the kind of noises you might mistake for an animal or the wind if you weren't paying close attention. When I came downstairs, the kitchen drawers were all open, and my back door was half smashed, glass scattered across the floor. Whoever it was didn't take much, just some cash from a drawer and a few old watches. But they were in my house, while I was sleeping. That thought sat heavy in my chest ever since. After that, I couldn't relax in my own place. I tried to make myself feel better. I got motion-activated lights installed, bought cameras, got a second deadbolt, even kept a baseball bat by the bed. But none of it helped. Every creak of the floor, every rustle outside the window, every thump from the neighbors made me jump. I started sleeping with all the lights on. Barely sleeping, really. My cousin had a cabin up north. He didn't use it anymore. He'd bought it years ago when he was into hunting and fishing. But after having kids and moving to Texas, it sat empty most of the time. I asked if I could use it. He gave me the key and the GPS coordinates. It was about 4 hours outside the city, tucked away off an old logging road deep in the woods. It wasn't anything fancy. A one-bedroom place with a fireplace, a small kitchen, a porch, and a separate shed off to the side. No internet, spotty cell service. But it was quiet, very quiet. That was exactly what I thought I needed. I got there on a Wednesday afternoon. It was cloudy, damp, and the woods smelled like wet pine and earth. The dirt road to the cabin was narrow and winding, barely wide enough for my car. I had to get out once to move a fallen branch out of the way. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I actually felt a little wave of relief. It was peaceful. There were birds chirping and the steady drip of water off the roof from an earlier rain. A small chimney poked up through the metal roof. The place looked solid, even though the siding was faded and the windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned in years. I parked the car, turned off the engine, and just sat there for a moment. No sirens, no traffic, no people. Just trees, wind, and quiet. I took a deep breath. Felt good. Inside, the cabin was simple. Wood walls, a couple of old couches, a small table, and a stone fireplace in the center of the room. The bedroom had a full-size bed with an old wool blanket and a couple of flannel pillows. The kitchen was just a few cabinets, a little propane stove, and a sink with a hand pump for water. There was no fridge, but I had brought a large cooler and packed it with ice. I planned to be there for at least a week. I spent the first evening unpacking, getting settled. I chopped some kindling, got a fire going, and cooked a can of chili on the stove. I ate on the porch as the sun went down behind the trees, the light filtering in golden and soft through the branches. I read a book by the fireplace for a few hours and then went to bed early. It was the best night of sleep I'd had in months. The first couple of days were quiet. I'd get up around 7, make some coffee with bottled water, and then take long walks through the woods behind the cabin. The trail my cousin had told me about wasn't marked, but I followed a few deer paths and started learning my way around. I brought a small backpack with a flashlight, knife, map, and a snack. I'd walk for hours, stopping to sit on rocks or fallen logs and just listen to the woods. It was peaceful, and that constant knot in my chest started to loosen. By the third night, I started to notice little things. It started with a sound. I was reading again by the fireplace, just after sunset. The trees outside had gone dark, and the wind had picked up a bit. I had the window cracked open to let some cool air in. That's when I heard something. Not an animal, not the wind. It was faint, like a soft shuffle or a thud, maybe 20 or 30 feet from the cabin, close enough that it wasn't just forest noise. I stood up, heart already picking up. I turned off the lamp, walked to the window and looked out. Couldn't see much, just darkness and a few faint shapes of trees. I listened, nothing. Then I heard it again, a short, soft scrape, like someone brushing against wood. Not loud, just enough to set off that old alarm in the back of my brain. The one that makes your mouth go dry and your spine feel cold. I stood there for a few minutes. Nothing else happened. Eventually, I went outside with a flashlight and swept it across the clearing. There was nothing. No tracks, no animals, no movement, just woods. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I double-checked the door lock before I went to bed and pushed the heavy table in front of it, just in case. That night, I had a dream. It wasn't anything crazy, just a sense that someone was watching me through the bedroom window. I woke up sweaty, even though the fire had died down and the room was cold. The next day, I went for another long walk. Tried to shake the tension out of my body, but I kept glancing over my shoulder. I wasn't relaxed anymore. Every time a branch cracked or a bird flew out of the underbrush, I'd jump. My mind kept going back to that noise. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. There were boot prints in the dirt near the shed. Big ones, not mine. I wear size 10. These were maybe a 12 or 13. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. I crouched down, looked closer. The edges weren't softened by rain or time. They looked like they'd been made in the past day or two. I hadn't gone over to the shed yet. I figured it just had old tools and gear. My cousin never mentioned anything important being in there. I walked over slowly, still holding the walking stick I'd used on the trail. The shed was about 40 feet from the cabin, tucked between two trees. This padlock hung open. That froze me. I hadn't touched the shed since I got there. I was sure of that. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, it smelled like old oil and damp wood. There were a few shelves with jars of nails and screws, a rusted axe leaning in the corner, some fishing rods, and a couple of crates. Nothing looked out of place except one thing. There was a pack of cigarettes sitting on the shelf. Open, half-used. My cousin never smoked. I don't smoke. That shouldn't have been there. I backed out, closed the door, and this time I looped the lock and clicked it shut. I went back into the cabin, locked the door, and sat down. My mind was racing. Either someone had been squatting here before I showed up, or someone was coming by when I wasn't home. Either way, it wasn't good. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the fire going until about 3 a.m., sitting in the old chair with the flashlight across my lap. Every sound outside had weight to it. The next morning, I decided I needed to check the area more carefully. I walked in circles around the cabin, looking for tracks, trash, anything that didn't belong. About 100 yards into the woods, I found something that made my skin crawl. A tree stump with fresh wood shavings. Someone had been sitting there, carving, probably recently. On the ground, a few long wood curls, and beside the stump, a torn-off corner of a blue tarp. That tarp looked familiar. I went back to the shed and opened the crates inside. One of them had a blue tarp folded up inside, except it wasn't folded anymore. It was just the remnants, cut with something sharp. Somebody had taken it, maybe to build a shelter, maybe to wrap something. My thoughts kept spinning. That night, I set up a tripwire across the trail that led from the cabin down to the woods. I used some thin fishing line I found in the shed and tied it ankle height between two branches. I hung a few empty cans above the door, balanced on a string, so if someone came in, I'd hear them. Around midnight, I was still awake, watching the fire, when I heard something snap outside. A single twig, then silence, then cans rattling. I jumped up so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it at the door. Nothing moved, but the cans were swinging. Something or someone had touched the door. I didn't go outside. I didn't move. I just stood there, heart pounding so loud I thought I'd throw up. I waited for what felt like hours, frozen, until the sky outside started to turn gray. When I finally stepped outside, the tripwire was down. Not broken, untied. Someone had seen it. Someone had walked up, seen the fishing line, and taken it off. I packed that morning, threw everything into the car. I didn't care that I had 3 days left. I didn't care that the cooler still had food. I didn't even drink my coffee. I just wanted to get out. But when I got in the car and turned the key, nothing. Dead. Battery wasn't just low, it was gone. I checked the cables. The hood was slightly ajar, and I never leave it like that. Someone had been in there. I was stuck. No cell signal. No internet. No way to call out. The nearest town was about 15 miles down the logging road. I could either stay and hope someone came or walk. I chose to walk. I filled my backpack with water. I rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere, deep in the northern part of the state, mostly covered with thick woods, steep gravel roads, and patches of still water that looked like they hadn't moved in years. I'd been burned out from work, sick of city noise, traffic, and being around people all day. I didn't want to be around anyone. No small talk, no emails, no street noise. I just wanted silence. The listing for the cabin said it was 35 minutes from the nearest gas station and about an hour from the closest grocery store. That's what sold me. I booked it for a full week. No cell service out there either, just a landline in case of emergencies and a radio that could pick up weather reports. That was it. The kind of place where time crawls and the air feels cleaner, even if it really isn't. I packed up everything I thought I'd need: dry food, canned stuff, flashlights, batteries, knives, lighters, coffee, a small propane stove, warm clothes, and 2 big water jugs. The cabin had a rainwater tank, but I didn't want to depend on it. I brought my shotgun too, not for anything weird, just in case a bear showed up. They were known to be around. I left early that Sunday morning, around 5. The drive was long and quiet. I played the same 4 songs for hours just to keep myself awake. Most of the roads were paved until the last hour. Then it was all gravel and dirt, with tall pine trees lining both sides so thick they blocked out the sun. My tires kicked up small rocks and dust. I didn't pass another car for miles. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt it immediately. The silence, that true kind of silence. Not the quiet you get when a room is empty, but the kind where you realize there's no engine noise, no air conditioning hum, no people talking anywhere nearby. Just wind through trees and the occasional creak of wood. The cabin was small but well built. 1 room with a bed, a chair, a wood stove, a little counter space, and shelves for supplies. There was a small bathroom with a composting toilet and a tank-fed shower. Nothing fancy, just the basics. Exactly what I wanted. The front porch faced a slope that went down into the trees. No other cabins or buildings in sight. The road that brought me here looped around behind the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I parked my truck off to the side and unloaded everything. I didn't see a single person. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, set up my food and gear, and made sure the place was secure. The door had a strong bolt and the windows were thick glass with good locks. I took a walk just before sunset to get familiar with the area. The woods were dense, but the trails around the cabin were clear. I found a few small animal tracks in the dirt, maybe raccoons or something bigger, and headed back before dark. That night was peaceful. I made a small fire outside, watched the stars for a while, and then went in before it got too cold. The wind made the trees rustle, but nothing else. It was perfect. The next morning, things felt the same. I made coffee on the stove, ate a can of beans for breakfast, and sat on the porch with a blanket wrapped around me. I didn't do anything. No internet, no phone, just the trees and the quiet. It was everything I needed. But on the second night, I started to notice things. Little things. I brushed them off at first. I thought I was just adjusting to the total quiet and maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. It started with footsteps. Not loud ones, not stomping, just soft crunching like someone walking slowly on dry leaves. At first I thought it might be a deer or something, but when I stepped outside with my flashlight and swept the beam around the trees, I didn't see anything. Nothing moved. No glowing eyes. No rustling. Nothing. I went back inside, thinking I was just being paranoid. The cabin door had a solid lock and there was a heavy piece of furniture I could shove in front of it if I had to. I didn't do that yet. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. The next day, around noon, I took another walk. I went about a mile out and came back in a loop. That's when I saw the footprints. They weren't animal prints. They were human. Boot prints. Deep ones. The dirt was damp from rain 2 days earlier, so they held shape well. I counted at least 6 different steps. The person had come from the trees, walked close to the trail, then turned back. The prints were headed toward the cabin and then away. They weren't mine. My boots had a different pattern. These were bigger, wider, and deeper, heavier steps. Still, I didn't panic. Not yet. I told myself maybe it was an old hunter trail, and the prints were a few days old. I told myself the shape held because of the shade. I even thought maybe a forest ranger had passed by and I missed it. But that night, I heard the walking again. It started around 11. I had turned off all the lights and was just lying there, not quite asleep. I heard the first crunch about 20 feet away, maybe behind the outhouse. Then another, then a pause, then a few more, slow, almost like they were trying to be quiet. I held my breath and waited. Then I heard it, a low thump against the wall of the cabin. Just once, not hard, like someone gently knocking with the side of their hand. I got up slowly, grabbed my flashlight and the shotgun, and stood by the window without turning on any lights. I waited. My heart was hammering. I didn't move for minutes. Then nothing, just silence. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the chair with the gun across my lap. I didn't sleep at all. Every time I heard a creak or a crack outside, I jumped. The next morning, I went out to check the area. I found 2 partial boot prints behind the cabin, right under the bedroom window. Fresh ones. No mistake. They weren't there the day before. The edges were clean. They hadn't dried out or cracked. The toe pointed toward the window. Whoever it was had been standing there, watching. I didn't like it. I packed a few things into my bag, just in case. Some food, water, a lighter, a small first aid kit. If I had to run, I wanted to be ready. I kept my shotgun close that whole day. I stayed on the porch most of the time. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't want to be caught out in the trees. Every so often, I would look out into the woods, sweeping the area with my eyes. I never saw anything, but that night, the third night, everything changed. It was around 1 in the morning. I was lying on the bed, fully dressed, gun beside me. I hadn't heard anything yet. No steps, no knocks. Then I saw something. A shadow moved across the window. Fast, just a blur. I got up and went to the front door. I didn't open it. I just stood there and listened. Then I saw it again. A figure darting between trees about 30 feet away. Person. No animal moves like that. Too fast. Too tall. I turned off all the lights. A few minutes later, I heard the crunching of footsteps on the gravel behind the cabin. Then something hit the back door. Hard. Not a gentle knock this time. It was a slam. I heard the wood creak. Then silence. Then another slam. Louder. Harder. Then one more, like a full body hit. I ran to the back door and jammed the lock. I shoved a heavy chair under the knob. Then I went to the front and did the same. I turned off the stove light, killed everything. I didn't hear anything for a while after that. I sat there in the dark, breathing slow, trying to listen. My eyes adjusted, and the outline of the room slowly came back into view. I thought it might be over. Then, through the window, I saw movement. 2 figures. Not 1, 2. Both crouching low, moving slowly around the front porch. One of them had something long in their hands. Maybe a bat, maybe a crowbar. Couldn't tell. I raised the shotgun and aimed at the window. I didn't fire. I didn't want to unless I had no choice. But I was ready. They didn't try to break in. Not yet. They circled, watched, waited. Then they disappeared into the woods. I stayed awake until the sun came up. When morning came, I didn't waste a second. I packed everything in less than 5 minutes. Threw my bag in the truck. Left the rest behind. I didn't even lock the door. I drove fast, tearing down the gravel road, kicking up dust, sliding on turns. I looked in the mirror over and over, expecting to see a truck following me. I didn't. I drove for over an hour before I got signal. I pulled over and called the local sheriff's office. Told them what happened. They said they'd send someone to check the place out, but that it was likely just locals messing around. They didn't sound surprised. I didn't care. I wasn't going back. I got home that night, exhausted and shaky. I kept my shotgun by the bed for the next week. I never found out who those people were. Never heard back from the sheriff. Never got a refund for the cabin either. But I didn't care. I went out there to get away from people. But it turns out people were the real problem all along. I had reached a point in my life where everything just felt too noisy. My phone rang too often. I kept scrolling for no reason. People kept messaging me about things I didn't care about. Social media, news, updates, emails. It all started to feel like a loud hum in my ears that I couldn't switch off. So I decided to get away for a bit. Not forever, just a week. I found this listing for a cabin in a part of Oregon I had never heard of. It was buried deep in the forest, about 2.5 hours from the nearest small town, and completely off-grid. No cell reception, no Wi-Fi, no distractions. Just trees, silence, and some time to reset my head. The photos made it look perfect. Simple but clean. A one-bedroom wooden cabin with a front porch, a fireplace, a little kitchen, and an outhouse a short walk behind the place. The owner had a small solar panel set up to keep lights on and to run a water pump for the sink. That was about it. They left the keys in a lockbox and didn't live nearby. Sounded ideal. I booked it for 7 nights and drove out early on a Monday morning in late September. By the time I turned onto the gravel road that wound up into the woods, I already felt different. The thick pine trees stood tall on both sides, and the farther I drove, the fewer signs of people I saw. No fences, no driveways, no parked cars. Just trees and dirt. The road narrowed as I drove, and eventually it became more of a trail than a road. After another 20 minutes of bumping along at 5 miles an hour, I found the clearing. The cabin stood in the center of it, about 50 feet from where I parked. It looked exactly like the photos. Old but sturdy, a wraparound porch, a metal chimney pipe sticking up from the roof. There was a stack of firewood off to the side, covered by a tarp that had been nailed down to keep it from blowing away. A little path of flat stones led from the front steps around the side, and I could see where the outhouse was tucked in behind a cluster of trees. Everything looked good, quiet, peaceful. I got my stuff from the car, just a duffel bag, some groceries in a cooler, and a backpack with a journal and a paperback I never actually ended up reading. I unlocked the cabin and stepped inside. The air smelled like cedar and dust, and I liked that right away. The furniture was simple. A small table, 2 chairs, a narrow bed with thick blankets, a wooden shelf with some dishes and a few random books. I opened the windows to let in some air and walked back out to sit on the porch. The forest was completely still. Not even wind in the trees. Just distant bird calls and the soft creaking of wood as the cabin settled. I didn't touch my phone after that. I powered it off and left it in the car, just like I told myself I would. I had my watch and that was enough. I didn't want to know what time it was every second anyway. That first night was uneventful. I lit a fire, made some soup, and sat in the armchair reading a bit. It was already getting cold, but the fire kept the place warm. I went outside once to pee before bed and stood on the porch for a while, listening. There were crickets, some rustling in the woods that was probably just animals. I slept deeply, probably the best I'd slept in months. The next day was more of the same. I explored the area a little. There wasn't a marked trail or anything, but I wandered maybe half a mile in different directions to get a feel for the land. The forest was beautiful. Tall pines, moss-covered stumps, and thick undergrowth. I found a stream not far from the cabin, with icy water flowing over smooth rocks. I sat there for a while just listening. It was during my 3rd day that I first noticed something that didn't feel right. I had woken up early and went outside with a mug of coffee, standing at the edge of the clearing to watch the morning light filter through the trees. I had left my boots on the porch the night before. When I reached down to put them on, I saw that they had been moved. Not far, just rotated slightly. At first I thought I was just imagining it. Maybe I had kicked them when I came in. But then I noticed that one of them had a thin layer of pine needles inside it. That didn't make sense. I had left them neatly side by side under the overhang. The wind wouldn't blow needles into them like that, not under the porch roof. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but I took them inside after that. Later that afternoon, I decided to hike a little farther out from the cabin, maybe a mile or so, just to get some exercise and burn the nervous energy that had crept in after the boot thing. I grabbed a bottle of water and a granola bar, then headed out in a direction I hadn't explored yet. Northwest, I think. After walking for about 20 minutes, I came across something I hadn't expected. It was a small pile of garbage, crumpled wrappers, an old tuna can, and part of a broken plastic lighter. It was all old and sun-faded. Could have been from hunters or campers from a long time ago, but it looked too fresh. The can still had a strong smell to it, and one of the wrappers had a date printed on it that was only a few months old. That made me pause. There weren't supposed to be other people this deep in the woods. The listing had said it was private land. I walked around in circles for a while, looking for more signs, footprints, broken branches, anything. I didn't find much, but I got the feeling that someone had been around not too long ago. That night, I kept the fire going a little longer. I sat on the porch with a flashlight beside me and listened. The forest was quiet again, but not in a peaceful way. Felt tense. I can't explain it. Just this feeling that I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. When I went inside, I made sure to lock the cabin door. The lock was simple, just a sliding bolt on the inside, but it gave me some sense of security. I left the flashlight on the table beside the bed and tried to sleep. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up. First, I didn't know why. Then I realized I was freezing. The fire had gone out. I got up, pulled on a sweatshirt, and went to put another log in the stove. That's when I heard something outside. It was soft, a scrape maybe, like someone brushing against the porch railing. I stood completely still, holding my breath, trying to hear better. Then nothing, just silence. I walked quietly over to the window and looked out. The moon was full enough to light up part of the clearing. I couldn't see anything at first, but then, as my eyes adjusted, I noticed something near the edge of the trees. It looked like a shape, not an animal, too tall. It was standing behind a tree half hidden. I kept staring, not blinking. I was sure I saw the shape shift slightly, like someone adjusting their stance. I stepped back from the window and stayed up the rest of the night. I didn't have a weapon, not even a pocket knife. I felt stupid for not bringing one. I kept the fire going and sat in the chair, watching the window until the sky started turning gray. The next morning, I went outside and looked for footprints. The ground was soft in places, and sure enough, I found them. Human footprints, barefoot. They were wide and long, and the toes were clearly visible in the dirt. Whoever it was hadn't been wearing shoes. That's what made it worse. I could almost ignore the idea of a hiker who got lost or a hunter passing through. But this, bare feet in the cold, that was different. I followed the tracks a short way until they vanished into the underbrush. I thought about packing up and leaving, but part of me wanted to stay. I told myself it was probably just someone passing through, some weird loner or local hermit. But then, on the 5th day, I found something that changed my mind completely. It was just before noon. I was walking down to the stream again to refill my water bottle, and I noticed something shiny in the grass. I bent down and picked it up. It was a small piece of torn plastic, part of a food wrapper, but it had my name on it. I froze. It was from one of the energy bars I had brought with me, the same kind I had been eating all week. And it wasn't just any wrapper. It was the one I had thrown away 2 days ago. I went back to the cabin and checked the trash bag I had tied up and stored under the counter. Sure enough, it had been opened, carefully, not torn, untied. Someone had gone through my garbage. That's when it hit me. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing by. They had been watching me, maybe every day, maybe every night, watching me when I sat on the porch, watching me when I slept. I thought back to the first night, the boots, the sound at the window. It all made sense now. Someone was living out there, and they were watching everything I did. I packed up that day. I wasn't going to stay any longer. I threw everything in the duffel and loaded the car. Before I left, I walked around the edge of the clearing one more time, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. The hair on my arms was standing up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was nearby, just out of sight, watching me go. As I got in the car and started driving down the narrow trail, I looked in the rearview mirror more than once. Nothing, just trees and dust. But about 5 minutes down the road, I passed a small turnoff I hadn't noticed before. It looked like an old ATV trail. I never liked working in the city. I had been stuck in that apartment for almost 6 years, listening to traffic, sirens, loud neighbors, and all the usual stuff. I was a freelance graphic designer, which meant I didn't need to live anywhere specific. But I stayed because I kept telling myself it was convenient. Fast food close by, high-speed internet, grocery stores open 24/7. But I never slept well. I drank too much coffee, stayed up too late, barely saw the sun. And by the time I hit 30, I started feeling tired in a way that wasn't physical. It was deeper, like my brain was swelling from everything around me. Then one night, I sat there staring at my screen, and my right eye started twitching like crazy. I took that as a sign. The next morning, I looked up cabins on a rental site, something far out with no neighbors and no cell service. I told myself I'd stay 2 weeks, just long enough to finish a project for a client. A simple branding job. I figured the quiet might help me work better, sleep more, maybe even reset things. I found a cabin about 4 hours away, out in the hills near a place called Balsam Ridge. It was listed as off-grid but had solar power, a propane tank, and satellite internet that only worked during the day when there was sun. The photos showed a basic A-frame cabin, 1 floor with a small deck and a fire pit out front. Inside was a wood stove, a couch, a table, and a small bedroom tucked away in the back. The price was cheap, probably because it was winter and the roads up there weren't great. I booked it. A week later, I packed everything into my car, including my laptop, some clothes, and 2 weeks' worth of groceries. I filled up 2 gas cans, brought bottled water, and downloaded offline maps. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Not that I had many people to tell anyway. The drive was nice for the first couple of hours. Highway traffic faded out fast. I followed winding roads that turned into narrower ones, all cracked with frost heaves and patches of ice. By the last 30 miles, I was inching along through trees so dense the sun barely touched the road. The GPS lost signal about halfway there, so I relied on the printed directions from the cabin owner. At one point, I had to stop and get out to move a fallen branch from the road. My car skidded on black ice twice, and I started wondering if this had been a good idea. But I kept going, and eventually, I saw a rusted gate with a red reflector nailed to it. I recognized it from the listing photos. I turned in and followed a dirt trail that led up a shallow incline. The snow wasn't deep yet, maybe 2 inches, and the cabin sat at the top of a small clearing. It looked exactly like the photos. Brown siding, steep roof, chimney. Smoke came from the stovepipe, which confused me until I realized the owner must have had someone come ahead of me to warm the place up. I parked, unloaded everything, and stepped inside. It was freezing even with the stove going, but it was quiet. That kind of quiet you don't really notice until you're away from the city. No cars, no humming appliances, no voices, just wind through the trees and the soft ticking of cooling metal. Inside was clean. There was a welcome note on the table that just said, "Enjoy your stay. Please refill the wood bin." I checked the fridge, it worked. The stove worked too, though it was gas and had to be lit with matches. The satellite modem blinked like it was trying to find signal. I brought in my stuff, locked the door, and lit a couple of lamps. Then I just stood there listening to the wind. The first night was uneventful. I didn't work. I just unpacked and sat by the fire reading. I fell asleep early on the couch, woke up stiff, and moved to the bed around 2 a.m. I slept until sunrise. No sirens, no neighbors yelling, no buzzing lights. Just quiet. Felt strange, like my brain didn't know how to handle it at first. The next few days were about the same. I ate oatmeal in the mornings, made coffee on the stove, and worked in blocks of 3 or 4 hours. I didn't use the internet much since it cut out when clouds rolled in, and I kind of liked being disconnected. I stacked wood, walked the trails near the cabin, and started feeling more normal again, more focused. The work got done faster. I was sleeping better. My twitching, I stopped. I thought maybe I should do this more often. Then on the 5th day, I noticed something strange. I was outside, halfway through splitting some firewood, when I heard a branch crack in the trees. It was sharp, like someone had stepped on it. I paused and looked up, but didn't see anything. No wind, no animals, just trees standing still. It wasn't unusual to hear sounds out in the woods, but something about this one stuck with me. It had felt close. I brushed it off, finished stacking the wood and went inside. Later that night, I went to take a piss off the side of the deck, and I noticed boot prints in the snow near the edge of the clearing where the trees started. They weren't mine. They were bigger, wider apart. I had only been outside earlier in the afternoon, and I hadn't gone near that part of the clearing. These prints looked fresh. The snow inside them wasn't iced over yet. I looked out past the tree line but didn't see anything. Still, I went back inside, locked the door, and checked the windows. I didn't sleep that well. My mind kept thinking about those prints, wondering who they belonged to. There weren't supposed to be any neighbors nearby. The listing had said the nearest house was 5 miles down the road. I told myself it was probably a hunter or someone just passing through. Still, I kept a hatchet by the bed that night. The next morning, I went out and followed the tracks. They didn't lead to the road. They circled the cabin once and disappeared into the woods on the far side. I followed them a little ways, maybe 50 feet, but they vanished into pine needles and bare ground. I felt something strange in my gut, like I wasn't alone. I turned around and walked quickly back to the cabin. After that, I kept the curtains closed. That day, I tried to work, but my brain kept wandering. Every little sound outside made me look up. A squirrel on the roof, snow falling off a branch, wind through the chimney. It all made me jump. I started wondering if someone was watching me. I checked the woods through the window every half hour. I stopped going out after dark. On the 7th day, it snowed heavily, about 6 inches overnight. I went outside in the morning to shovel off the steps and noticed something that made my stomach tighten. More boot prints. These were even closer to the cabin. They led around to the back, right under the bedroom window. They had passed my car. They were pressed into the snow like they'd been made early that morning, maybe even while I was sleeping. They stopped about 10 feet from the back door and vanished. That was when I started keeping the wood stove going all night, just to have light. I slept with my clothes on, and I set up a small alarm using a metal pan and some utensils balanced on the inside door handle. I didn't hear anything that night, but I woke up every hour. I thought about leaving, but the road was covered, and my car didn't have snow tires. I'd have to call someone for help, and I didn't even have signal. The next day, I decided to walk down the road a ways to see if I could find any tire tracks or signs of another person. About a mile down, I saw a trail leading off to the left, marked by a faded wooden post with no sign on it. The snow was packed down like it had been walked recently. I followed it maybe half a mile until I saw a small cabin through the trees. It looked old, sun-bleached, and barely standing. Smoke came from the chimney. I didn't go closer. I turned around and walked back to my cabin fast, heart pounding. Whoever lived there was probably the one walking near mine. I didn't want to know why. I just wanted to finish my work and get out. That night, the satellite internet didn't connect at all. The clouds were too thick. I tried to distract myself by reading, but I kept looking out the window. Around 10 p.m., I thought I saw a figure standing near the tree line, but when I looked again, it was gone. I stayed up until sunrise. On the 10th day, I found a rabbit's head on the front step. Just the head, blood soaked into the snow around it. No tracks, no prints, just the head sitting there like it had been placed. I threw it into the woods and locked the door. I didn't go outside again. That night, I woke up to the sound of snow crunching. Not the soft kind, but the sharp crack of boots. I laid still, listening. It circled the cabin once. Then it stopped. A few minutes later, I heard the handle on the front door rattle. Then nothing. I sat in the dark for 2 hours gripping the hatchet. In the morning, there were more prints. They led to the front door, then over to the window by the table. Someone had stood there, watching. I decided I was done. Work or not, I had to leave. I packed everything as fast as I could, threw it in the car, and backed out onto the road. I slid twice on the hills and almost got stuck, but I didn't stop. I drove until I got back to the paved highway, and I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't go back for the deposit. I didn't leave a review. I didn't tell the owner what happened. Weeks later, I've always preferred being alone. Not in a dramatic, broken kind of way, just quietly alone. I like space, time to myself, and silence more than I like loud cities or big crowds. So when I planned a solo trip to a rented cabin up in northern Montana, I wasn't trying to run away from anything. I just wanted a few days to clear my head. I didn't want to check my phone or read emails or hear people talking on the street. I didn't want noise at all. I just wanted trees, a cold breeze, and space to think. The place I booked was a small log cabin tucked between two hills, not far from a thinning patch of pine forest. It sat at the edge of an old, unused dirt road that barely made it through the brush, and even with the map and coordinates, it took me almost 40 minutes longer than expected to find it. The trees on the way in got tighter and taller the further I drove, and when I finally arrived, I could barely see any sky through the branches above. The cabin itself looked simple. Not new, not abandoned, just simple. One floor, wood walls that looked worn but dry. A single door in the front and two windows on either side. No lights on outside. No cars. No paths leading in or out. That's what I liked about it. Felt like it was made for someone like me. Someone who needed to be left alone. Inside, it smelled old but not bad. The air was dry, and it felt like no one had been there for weeks. Dust had collected in the corners of the windowsills. There was a single bed against the back wall with a heavy-looking wool blanket, a small wooden table with one chair near the front window, and a wood stove in the far corner for heat. No electricity, no plumbing. There was a pump outside near a large plastic barrel for water and a shed a few yards out back that worked as a dry toilet. I unpacked slowly, trying not to stir up the dust, and placed my bag at the foot of the bed. I had a sleeping bag inside and a small propane lantern for light. I also had a large hunting knife, not because I expected trouble, but because I always brought it when I went out into the woods. It made me feel safer, even if I never used it. That first night, I lit the lantern, ate a cold meal of beans and crackers, and sat at the table staring out into the dark. It was quiet, really quiet, not like the city where silence always has some noise underneath it. This was pure silence, the kind that makes your ears ring. I went to bed early, probably around 8:30. I could still hear the wind in the trees for a while, but I felt safe. The walls of the cabin creaked sometimes, but nothing unusual. I slept straight through the night without waking up once. The next morning, I walked a little ways into the forest behind the cabin, not following any trail, just wandering. I didn't see any signs of people. No wrappers, no chopped logs, no footprints. That was good. That's what I wanted. I stayed close enough to still see the cabin through the trees, and after maybe an hour of walking slowly and just looking around, I went back inside. I spent the rest of the day writing in a small notebook, reading an old paperback I had brought, and warming canned soup over a small flame. That night, something felt off. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't anything specific. No noise, no movement, nothing strange happened. But as I lay there in the bed, I felt watched. It didn't make sense. I was alone. I had walked the woods. I had locked the door. The windows were shut. No lights had been on around the area. No sounds. No vehicles. I tried to tell myself it was just the quiet messing with my mind. Sometimes silence does that. When your brain doesn't have noise, it creates its own things to worry about. Still, I kept my knife closer that night. I didn't sleep as well. I drifted in and out and kept waking up, listening for something that never came. When I finally fell into a deeper sleep, the sun was already rising. The next day, I didn't go far. I stayed around the cabin. I noticed things I hadn't before, like a second set of scrape marks on the shed door, long and jagged, like someone had dragged something metal across it. They didn't look fresh, but I hadn't noticed them before. Then I found a strange patch of soil near the water barrel that looked like it had been dug and then filled back in. It wasn't a big patch, maybe the size of a doormat. The dirt was darker than the rest, and it was packed tighter, like someone had stomped on it after refilling the hole. I didn't have a shovel, and I wasn't about to dig with my hands, so I just made a note of it and kept my distance. That night, something happened. Something real. I had shut off my lantern and lay down again, knife in hand this time, when I heard it. A noise outside. Not loud, just a crunch. One single crunch, like someone stepping lightly on gravel or dry leaves. I froze. I stayed as still as I could, breathing slowly and trying not to make the bed creak. Then I heard it again. Closer. Still not loud, but close enough now that I could tell it wasn't an animal. It was heavy, deliberate. I lay there for what felt like 20 minutes, heart pounding, staring at the door. Eventually, I moved. Slowly. I sat up, gripped the knife tight, and leaned forward toward the window. I pulled the curtain back maybe an inch and looked out. Nothing. Just dark shapes of trees and the faint outline of the shed in the distance. I waited, but there was nothing else. No more noise. Nothing moving. I stayed up almost all night that time, sitting at the table with the knife on the wood in front of me and the lantern burning low. The flame flickered against the window glass. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up around sunrise, the lantern cold and the light outside creeping in through the cracks. I stepped outside slowly, looked around the cabin, walked to the back. Footprints. There were actually footprints, faint ones. The ground wasn't soft, so they were hard to spot unless the light hit them right, but they were there. Wide, heavy prints in a sort of half circle around the cabin. They weren't boot prints either. They looked like worn-down sneakers. Not deep enough to know what kind, but the heel pattern was clear. Someone had been walking around the cabin while I was inside. I kept walking and followed the tracks until they disappeared into the harder ground under the trees. No path, no tire marks, just footsteps that stopped where the dirt turned dry. I didn't go back inside right away. I stood there for a while, staring into the woods, listening. But again, nothing. No sounds, no movement. By then, I had started to question my decision to come out here. I liked being alone, but this was different. This felt like something else entirely. Not peace, not silence. It felt like I wasn't alone anymore, and whoever was out there didn't want me to know they were there. I should have left that day, packed up, left the keys in the mailbox and driven off. But I didn't. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe the prints were mine from earlier. Maybe the noise was just a deer. Maybe the soil patch was nothing. I had come all this way for peace, and I wasn't going to let my own thoughts ruin it. That's what I told myself. That night was the worst. I had bolted the door, stacked 2 wooden chairs in front of it, and laid the knife right under my pillow. The lantern was next to the bed, full and ready. I hadn't been lying down for more than 10 minutes when I heard it. A soft thud, not outside, inside, somewhere inside the cabin. I didn't move, couldn't. My heart was beating so hard I thought it might give me away. Another thud, then a scrape, and I realized something terrifying. There was a crawl space under the cabin, a hatch near the back corner behind the bed. I hadn't checked it when I arrived because I had no reason to. It was small, maybe 3 feet by 2 feet, and nailed shut from the top. I assumed it was storage or just some part of the foundation. But that's where the sound was coming from. Something under the floor. I grabbed the knife and sat up slowly. The thudding stopped. I crept over to the hatch and held the knife in my hand, breathing through my nose, trying not to make a sound. Then came another sound. Not from under the floor. From behind me. I turned. The door was open. Not wide open, just cracked. But I had bolted it. I had stacked 2 chairs in front of it. I had shut it tight, and now it was cracked open an inch. The chairs were still there. One had tipped over like it had been shoved. I walked slowly toward the door and shut it again, then jammed a piece of firewood under the handle. My hands were shaking. I didn't know what was happening. I felt like I was being toyed with. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner with the knife in both hands, staring at the hatch and the door. Nothing else happened. The next morning, I packed everything I had in under 10 minutes. I shoved the food in my bag, left the rest behind, and walked out to the car without looking back. When I reached the car, I noticed something that still makes my skin crawl. There was a second set of tire tracks next to mine. Fresh ones. Same size, same direction. Someone else had driven up after me. I didn't wait around to check where they had gone. I drove for hours, only stopping once I had reached a larger town with people and lights and noise. I called the Work had been chewing at my brain for years. I sat in front of computers all day long, switching between spreadsheets, emails, and virtual meetings that felt like they never ended. Every day felt the same. Wake up, shower, stare at screens, go to sleep. There was never any time to just be quiet, away from noise, away from the constant pressure. I wasn't depressed, but I was burnt out. I could feel it in the way my head felt heavy every morning, the way my heart started racing for no reason sometimes, even the way my thoughts got scrambled at night. So when I found this listing online for a remote cabin up north, I didn't hesitate much. I looked at the pictures again and again. It was simple. 1-bedroom wooden cabin, completely off-grid, on private land, backed against miles of forest and mountain terrain. Solar panels for power, a propane tank for heating and cooking, a deep well for water. No Wi-Fi, no phone signal, just quiet. Exactly what I thought I needed. I booked it for 4 weeks, a full month in January. Everyone told me I was crazy. It's going to snow like hell. One of my coworkers warned me, but that was the point. I wanted to be cut off. I wanted to spend my days just walking, reading, cooking meals, maybe journaling a bit. I had enough dried food, supplies, and gear to last. I even brought my snowshoes and boots just in case I wanted to explore the woods. I left the city early in the morning, drove 5 hours north, and by the time I got to the last stretch, a narrow road that curved through tall pine trees, I already felt better. The air was sharp and cold. The snow layered thick on the sides of the road. I kept going until the trees opened up, and there it was, the cabin. Small, square, simple, with a green metal roof and a porch that wrapped around the front. Felt like peace. I remember standing out in the snow, just staring at the trees and how quiet it all was. Not a single car in earshot, not even a bird. Just the soft sound of wind moving through the pine branches. I unpacked quickly. Inside, the cabin was cozy. One room with a small bed, a table, a wood-burning stove, and shelves lined with basic supplies. There was a tiny kitchen area with a propane-powered stove, and the bathroom was attached to a composting system. Nothing fancy, but it was all clean and well-maintained. I turned on the propane heater, set up my gear, and by evening I was already curled up reading a book, hot tea in my hand. The first week went exactly how I wanted. Every morning I woke up at dawn and watched the sunlight filter through the trees. I made oatmeal, sometimes eggs if I felt like it. I kept a notebook and started sketching simple things. The way the snow looked on the roof of the shed, the way animal tracks curved through the woods behind the cabin. I didn't even see any animals, but I knew they were out there. Rabbits, maybe deer. Their prints were everywhere. In the afternoons, I'd bundle up and go for long walks. Sometimes I followed a trail that looped behind the hill. Other times I made my own path, just walking where my feet wanted to go. Felt freeing. I didn't have to answer to anyone. I didn't even bring my laptop. No texts, no emails, no calls. Just air and trees. By the time the sun set around 5, I was back inside, lighting candles, making dinner, reading or writing a little. My sleep was the best it had been in years. Deep, full sleep that made me feel clear again. But around the 9th or 10th day, small things started to feel off. At first, it was just a boot print. One that wasn't mine. I had gone out early in the morning, like I always did, after it had snowed all night. The snow was fresh, smooth, no wind, no melting yet. I stepped off the porch, and about 10 feet away, in the clearing between the trees, was a single boot print. Just one. No tracks leading to or from it. It was deep and wide, bigger than my own boot. I stared at it for a long time, just standing there, not sure what to make of it. I figured maybe I made it the day before and didn't realize it. Maybe the snow had just fallen around it oddly. I didn't let it get to me, but 2 days later it happened again. I had gone walking in a new direction, climbing up the hill behind the cabin. There was a spot up there that overlooked the forest below. I sat for a while, just breathing in the air and watching the sky start to turn pale. On my way back, I noticed something strange behind the shed. The shed was about 30 feet from the cabin, small, wooden, used for tools and firewood. I barely went back there, mostly just when I needed extra logs. But as I came around the corner that afternoon, I saw something in the snow, a trail. Not mine. These weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints again, this time spaced in a way that showed someone had walked around the back of the shed, paused, then gone back the way they came. My own tracks from earlier that morning were off to the side, untouched. But these ones were newer, fresher. I didn't know what to think. My chest got tight, like I couldn't breathe properly. I told myself maybe it was the owner doing some maintenance. But I hadn't seen a car. The road to the cabin was long and iced over. I would have heard an engine. There was no way anyone could have come in without me knowing. And besides, there were no tire marks, no snowmobile tracks, just boots. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept the lights off and watched the window for a long time. Nothing moved. It was just trees and wind. The next morning, I decided to do something different. I set up a little trick. I took some sticks and placed them in a pattern around the back of the shed. Just a simple line of small twigs that I could memorize. That way, if anyone walked through them, I'd see the pattern broken. I also stacked some loose snow in a pile by the side of the shed and smoothed it flat with my glove. Then I waited. That whole day was normal. I stayed close to the cabin, read, ate, even took a nap. It wasn't until the next morning that I checked the area again. The sticks were moved. 2 of them kicked aside. The snow pile had a boot print in the center of it. Not mine. That's when the fear started to set in deep. It was like my stomach dropped and didn't come back up. Someone had been near the cabin during the night, right near the back wall. And I didn't hear them. I didn't see them. I was asleep just 30 feet away while someone walked behind the building. I checked the shed. Nothing was taken, nothing moved. But the lock I had put on the latch was slightly loose, like someone had jiggled it. I decided to bring my firewood inside, all of it. I also started sleeping with a hatchet next to the bed. I told myself I was just being cautious, but I also started making a habit of checking every window before I went to sleep. The shadows outside started looking different. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like something was holding its breath just beyond the tree line. A few nights later, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to jolt me awake. A crunching noise, like boots on snow. I stayed completely still, holding my breath. The heater was off. The cabin was cold. I could hear every creak in the wood. There it was again. Crunch. Then another. Closer. I slid out of bed, slowly, grabbed the hatchet, and moved toward the window without making a sound. I peeked through the curtain, barely lifting it. At first, I didn't see anything, just snow and trees. Then I saw movement. On the far edge of the clearing, just near the start of the woods. Someone was standing there, not moving, just standing. No flashlight, no headlamp, just a dark shape, tall, still, almost blending with the trees. I don't know how long I stood there watching them. A minute? 5? I don't remember. Eventually the shape turned and walked back into the forest. Slowly, without rushing. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept every light off. I sat in the corner of the room with the hatchet in my lap until the sky started to get light again. That morning I packed. I wasn't going to stay another week. I was done. I could say it was paranoia, I could say it was isolation playing with my head, but that person was real. The prints were real. The shape was real. I didn't know what they wanted, and I didn't want to wait to find out. Problem was, the car wouldn't start. It was minus 15 degrees Celsius that morning, and the engine struggled. Then nothing. Battery dead. I tried the jump starter I had brought with me, but it barely lit up. Too cold, too weak. I was stuck. I checked my emergency supplies. I had everything I needed to survive: food, water, heat. But the idea of staying longer made my skin crawl. I decided I would hike out. There was a ranger station about 6 miles down the logging road, past where the plow line ended. I figured if I left early and stuck to the road, I could make it before dark. I packed a bag, took my snowshoes, some food, and my emergency beacon. I also took the hatchet, not for cutting wood this time, just for peace of mind. I locked the cabin, slung the pack over my shoulder, and started walking. It was a quiet, cold morning. The trees felt taller than usual, and the road stretched out white and empty ahead of me. I moved fast. I didn't want to be in those woods after sunset. About a mile in, I don't know why I said yes. Maybe I just needed a break. Things were piling up at work. Emails, deadlines, meetings, nonstop calls. I was barely sleeping, barely eating. My head would throb even after coffee. I kept snapping at people for no reason. I didn't like who I was becoming. So when I got offered the chance to stay at an old coworker's family cabin up north, I said yes without really thinking. He wasn't going himself. He just told me his uncle didn't use it anymore and that it was fully stocked. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, but it had a generator, a wood stove, propane, and a good lock on the door. He handed me the keys on a Thursday. The plan was to drive up Friday morning and stay until Sunday night. Just 2 full days of complete silence. No internet, no phone, just trees, cold air, and space to breathe. I didn't tell anyone I was going, mostly because I didn't want anyone bothering me, but also because I liked the idea of disappearing for a bit. I didn't even leave a note. I just filled up the car, threw my sleeping bag in the trunk, packed some canned food, and left. The road up was long and winding. 2-lane highways turned into gravel, and gravel turned into dirt. It was colder than I expected for October. The leaves had already changed and many had fallen. The sky was a soft gray, thick with clouds, no sun in sight. I got there around 2 in the afternoon. The cabin was older than I thought it would be. Wood walls, weather-worn, a rusty tin roof. 2 windows in the front, both shuttered. A small porch with a busted chair and a sagging step. The door stuck when I pushed it open. Inside it smelled like old pine and ash. There was a wood stove right in the center with a metal pipe running through the roof. A small table against the wall. A couch, stained and sagging, sat across from the stove. In the back was a tiny kitchen, just a counter, a sink, and some shelves. There was no fridge. There was a cooler, though, and a cabinet with canned beans, soup, some crackers. There was a metal water container with a spout. Looked like the kind people use at construction sites. The bedroom was just a mattress on a frame, no sheets. I laid my sleeping bag on it and dropped my bag beside it. I spent the rest of that first day chopping some wood from a small pile outside. There was a shed a few yards back, with a lock on the door, but I didn't bother opening it. I had what I needed. I started the wood stove using newspaper and small twigs, and it worked fine. It got warm quick. That night I ate cold beans straight from the can, read a paperback I brought, then fell asleep early. I didn't hear anything that first night, but on Saturday morning something felt off. It wasn't the cold. It wasn't the silence. It was just a strange, low feeling in my chest, like the kind you get when you feel like someone's behind you, even if there's no one there. I shook it off, figured I was just not used to being that alone. I had no connection to the outside world, and that can do weird things to your head. I went for a walk that morning just around the area. There was a narrow trail behind the cabin that led into the woods. The trees were packed tightly, thick with brown leaves and damp trunks. The air smelled like soil and dead wood. I walked maybe 20 minutes in and then turned around. When I got back, I noticed something strange. The firewood pile I had chopped the night before was different. Not gone, but it had been moved. The logs were stacked in a different way. I knew I hadn't done it like that. It wasn't just a random shift. It was reorganized, neater, tighter. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things. But the more I looked at it, the more sure I was. That's when the thought hit me. Someone had come by the cabin while I was out walking. Maybe they saw the smoke from the chimney and were just curious. Maybe it was someone who used to live around here. I walked around the cabin, looked for tracks, but the ground was all dead leaves and sticks. Nothing clear. I locked the cabin door from the inside, sat down on the couch and just stared at the stove. I couldn't shake that feeling again, like something wasn't right. I made myself eat, forced a few crackers and some peanut butter down, but my stomach was tight. That afternoon, I stayed inside. I read. I napped. I kept glancing out the window, even though the shutters were mostly shut. Then, a little before dusk, I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. It was too steady. Crunch, 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 slow, deliberate footsteps on the leaves. Not running, not stumbling. Walking. I froze. The stove was still burning low. The only light in the cabin was from that orange flicker and a bit of dusk slipping through the shutters. I got up quietly and moved to the door. I didn't open it. I just stood there listening. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then one more crunch. Closer this time. I backed away from the door, slow, step by step. My heart was pounding. I stood behind the couch, staring at the door, waiting. Nothing happened. No knock, no voice, just silence again. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I didn't sit. I didn't move. Finally, I heard the footsteps again, this time moving away. I stayed up most of the night after that. I kept the fire low. I didn't want to give off too much light. I didn't sleep. When the sun finally came up, I felt sick. I hadn't eaten more than a few crackers in a full day. My eyes burned from no sleep. I opened the door and stepped outside. The woods were quiet. Still, the leaves on the ground were wet from dew. I walked slowly around the cabin. I checked the shed. Still locked. Then I saw them. Footprints. Not clear shoe prints, just areas where the leaves had been stepped down. Flattened patches leading from the woods to the cabin, right up to the porch. Whoever it was had been standing there just outside the door. I went back inside and locked the door again. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call anyone. No signal. No landline. The only thing I could do was wait until Sunday morning, then leave. But that meant another night. I wasn't sure I could handle it. I sat there for hours, listening to every creak of the wood, every rustle of leaves outside. I kept the fire low again. By the time night fell, I was on edge. I hadn't eaten at all that day. Then, around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they circled the cabin. I heard them clearly moving from one side to the next. Then they stopped at the back. I stood in the middle of the room holding a fire poker. My hand was shaking. My knees were weak. Then came the sound I wasn't ready for. The back doorknob turning. It wasn't locked. I hadn't even realized it had a lock. It just had a metal latch inside that I hadn't noticed. I rushed back and slammed the latch down just as the door creaked. Whoever was outside must have heard that latch. Then silence. I didn't sleep. I stood by that back door the rest of the night. I didn't dare move. The footsteps never came back. When the sky turned gray again, I packed my things. I grabbed my sleeping bag, my bag of clothes, and threw them in the car. I didn't eat. I didn't even use the bathroom. I just left. The road back was long, but I didn't stop. I drove all the way home in one shot. When I got back to my apartment, I sat on the floor and just stayed there for a while. My phone was full of unread messages, but I didn't check them. I didn't tell anyone what happened. A week later, out of curiosity, I looked up the area where the cabin was. There had been reports a few years back of someone wandering that forest. Not officially dangerous, just a man living off the grid seen by hikers. A few break-ins, some stolen food, a few cabins with tools gone missing. But they never found him. The police said he was probably squatting in one of the many abandoned sheds in that forest. I think I met him, or almost did. I don't think he wanted to hurt me, but I think he didn't like me being there. I think he was watching from the woods the whole time. Maybe he lived near the trail I walked. Maybe he followed me back. Maybe he was just curious. But I'll never go back. That feeling I had, the heavy, cold, silent feeling of someone watching, it still sticks with me sometimes. Every now and then, I'll be walking home late and feel it again. That same quiet fear, just behind me. But I'll never go back to that cabin. Not for anything. Not ever again. I had been working from home for almost a year straight. Every day was the same. Wake up, stare at my laptop, answer emails, get on video calls, work on spreadsheets, and then sleep. My eyes were tired. My back hurt. My head felt heavy all the time, and I couldn't remember the last time I had been away from my phone or computer. One day, I just snapped. I closed my laptop in the middle of a meeting, turned off my phone, and stared at the wall for 2 hours. That same night, I went online and looked for cabin rentals in remote areas. I wanted something far from people, far from noise, far from everything. I found a cabin in the northern part of the country. It was deep in a forest, no neighbors, no internet, no phone service, no power grid. Just a small wooden structure with solar panels, a water tank, and a propane stove. The place came with a well and a backup generator in case the panels didn't work. It was listed on a small local rental site, and the photos made it look rustic but comfortable. I booked it for 2 weeks, packed enough food, clothes, and books for that time, and drove up there the following weekend. The drive was long, about 12 hours from where I lived. The last 2 hours were on gravel roads that got narrower the deeper I went into the woods. My GPS stopped working partway through, but the directions printed by the owner were clear enough. I followed them exactly and finally pulled up to the cabin just after sunset. It looked like the pictures, old but clean. It was surrounded by trees on all sides and sat next to a small clearing with a fire pit. There was a shed behind the cabin, a short path leading into the woods, and a small hand-painted sign near the trees that said, "Creek, 1 mile." I remember thinking that it would be a great place to hike. The first 2 days were peaceful. I read, made simple meals, sat on the porch with coffee in the morning, and wrote in my notebook. At night, I listened to the sounds of insects and wind through the trees. The solar battery worked well, and the small lights inside the cabin gave off a warm glow. There was a wood stove in the corner that kept the cabin warm. I didn't see a single person, hear a single engine, or even see a plane overhead. I felt relaxed for the first time in months. But on the third night, things started to feel off. That evening, I decided to hike the trail behind the cabin to the creek. I took a flashlight with me since it was already late in the day. The woods were beautiful, quiet, and full of mossy rocks and tall pine trees. I reached the creek in about 30 minutes. It was wider than I expected. The water was cold and clear, flowing over smooth stones. I sat by the edge for a while and then decided to head back before it got too dark. About halfway back, I heard something in the trees. It was soft at first, like leaves being stepped on. I stopped and waited. I figured it might be a deer, but then I heard it again, closer this time. A slow, steady crunch of leaves. It didn't sound like a four-legged animal. It sounded like footsteps. Very slow, very deliberate. I turned off my flashlight for a few seconds to listen better. Big mistake. When I turned it back on, I felt completely disoriented. The trail looked different. The trees all looked the same, and I couldn't tell which direction I had come from. My heart started racing. I picked a direction and started walking fast. The footsteps were gone now, or maybe I was just too panicked to hear them. I walked as quickly as I could, hoping I wasn't walking away from the cabin. After about 15 minutes of fast walking, I saw the clearing ahead and felt a wave of relief. I got inside, locked the door, and told myself I was just imagining things. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe my nerves were just shot from being alone too long. But something about the way those footsteps had moved, slow, careful, spaced apart like someone sneaking, it stayed in my head. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the trail, about the sound. I kept checking the windows. Every creak of the cabin made me sit up. Around 2 a.m., I finally dozed off. When I woke up, I found something that made me sick to my stomach. There were small sticks arranged in a pattern on the front porch. 3 vertical ones and 2 horizontal, forming a kind of symbol. It looked too deliberate to be random. I hadn't seen it the night before when I came in, and it definitely hadn't been there the day before that. I stared at it for a long time. Then I swept it off the porch and tried to ignore it. But my brain wouldn't let it go. Who would come all the way out here just to do something like that? I spent that day inside. I kept the doors locked, the windows shut. I turned the generator on for a while to charge my flashlight and battery bank. I didn't go outside except once to get firewood. That night, I stayed awake until sunrise. I watched the woods through the window, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. Nothing happened that night, but I felt watched the entire time. I could almost feel the presence of someone just out of sight. The following day, I checked the area around the cabin for footprints. The ground was soft from rain the night before. I found some prints near the edge of the trees. They weren't boot prints. They looked like old, worn shoes. No deep tread, just smooth bottom soles. There were 3 distinct ones, spaced like someone was standing still, watching. They were facing the cabin. I stared at them for a long time and took a picture with my phone, even though I had no signal. That afternoon, I decided to hike back to the creek. Not to relax, but to check the trail, maybe see if someone was camping nearby. I took a large hunting knife with me, something I usually left in the drawer. I walked slowly, eyes scanning everything around me. About halfway to the creek, I noticed something odd. A piece of twine hanging from a tree, like someone had tied it there. It was about eye level and tied into a loop. A few steps later, another loop, smaller, tied in the same kind of twine. It looked fresh. When I got to the creek, I found something that made me feel cold all over. There was an old piece of tarp stuck in the bushes. Underneath it was a pile of empty food wrappers, a few old cans, and a small fire pit. Someone had been camping there. It wasn't like a clean site. It looked messy and hidden. There were bones near the fire pit. Maybe rabbit or squirrel, but they had been cut clean, not chewed. Someone had been living out here, watching. I backed away slowly and hurried back to the cabin, constantly looking over my shoulder. That night, I packed everything. I couldn't sleep there another night. I planned to leave at sunrise, but at around 3 a.m., I heard tapping on the side of the cabin. Not the door, not the windows, the side wall. It was faint, irregular, like someone pressing their fingers slowly against the wood. I turned off all the lights and sat in the corner with my knife. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. The tapping stopped after a few minutes, but I didn't move. I waited until the sky started to turn gray. Then I loaded the car in 5 minutes flat. Before I drove off, I noticed something written on the rear window in the dirt. Just one word, smeared with a finger. Stay. I didn't. I drove as fast as the gravel roads would allow. I didn't stop until I reached a town with signal. I called the rental owner from a gas station and told them someone had been living in the woods behind their property. They didn't seem surprised, just said thanks and hung up. That reaction still sticks with me. I didn't report it to the police. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to go through it all again. Maybe I felt like they wouldn't care or believe me. But I still have the photos of the footprints, the tarp, the sticks on the porch, the loop of twine. It's been 6 months since that trip. I've moved to a different city. I still work from home, but I keep my windows locked and a motion light on the porch. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear tapping. I haven't gone into the woods since. That cabin was supposed to give me peace. Instead, it reminded me that the most dangerous things out there aren't ghosts or monsters. They're people. People who hide in the trees, who watch, who wait. People who don't want to be found, but who might be very, very interested when you find them. And the scariest part is this: I don't think they ever left. I wasn't planning on going anywhere that week. Work had been dragging lately, the days blending into each other, and the city noise never seemed to stop, even at night. My apartment window faced a busy road, and no matter how late it got, there were always sirens, honking, yelling, or some neighbor's TV blaring through the walls. I couldn't sleep properly anymore, and I started getting headaches every morning. I wasn't even enjoying my usual routines. I'd get home from work, sit on the couch, and stare at the wall, feeling more tired than when I left the office. One Thursday night, I couldn't take it anymore. I opened my laptop and started browsing rental cabins. I didn't want a fancy place or anything with Wi-Fi or a hot tub. I wanted somewhere quiet, away from everyone. Somewhere I could sleep without earplugs. Somewhere I didn't have to see or talk to anyone. I found a listing for a small wooden cabin about 4 hours outside the city. It was in the middle of a forest near a small lake. The pictures showed a plain wooden structure, a porch, a fire pit out front, and a dirt trail leading to the water. Inside, it had one bed, a table, and a tiny kitchenette. There was no TV, no internet, and the listing said there was only patchy cell service. That sounded perfect. I booked it for 5 nights. I packed light, a few changes of clothes, a small cooler of food, a flashlight, a thermos, my book, and some coffee grounds. I filled the gas tank, left a note on my kitchen counter in case anyone broke in, and left early Saturday morning before sunrise. The roads were clear. The last hour of the drive was a winding 2-lane path through thick woods. I didn't see another car for miles. The directions were easy to follow, and the key was in a little lockbox hanging on the cabin's doorknob, just like the host said. The place looked just like the pictures, maybe a little older up close. The porch steps creaked, and the wood siding had some green moss growing along the bottom edge. But the view of the trees stretching out in every direction made up for it. There was a stillness in the air that I hadn't felt in years. No engines, no voices, no lights, just trees and sky. I let out a deep breath and felt like I was finally alone in the best way possible. The first day was simple. I unpacked, made a sandwich, read my book on the porch, and watched the sky turn orange and then deep blue. That night, I slept for nearly 10 hours straight without waking up once. No headaches, no restlessness, just dark and silence. The second day, I explored a little. There was a narrow trail that started behind the cabin and wound down toward the lake. It was barely maintained. Mostly dirt, some rocks, branches that hadn't been cleared in a while. I followed it down slowly, stopping every now and then to look around. I didn't see any animals, but I heard birds and the occasional rustling in the underbrush. The trail ended at a small wooden dock that jutted out into a still, dark lake. There was nobody else there. No boats, no campsites, no noise. Just the water and the trees leaning over it. I sat there for a while, staring out at the surface. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A tree with a plastic box strapped around the back of it, maybe 20 feet from the cabin, just off the trail. At first I thought it was trash or maybe a birdhouse, but when I walked around to the other side, I saw that it was a trail camera, one of those motion-activated ones hunters use. It was facing the cabin, partially hidden behind a branch. The lens was pointed right at the back door. That bothered me. I didn't like the idea of being watched, even if it was just for wildlife. The host hadn't mentioned any cameras in the listing, and it was facing the wrong direction if they were trying to track deer. It wasn't my property, though, so I didn't touch it. I just made a mental note to mention it in the review later. I didn't think much more about it at the time. The next day, things started to feel off. When I went to make breakfast, I realized the back door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it before bed. I always check the doors, it's a habit. Even out here, alone in the woods, I had locked both doors and slid the small bolt on the back door. But when I walked into the kitchen that morning, the bolt was open, and the handle turned easily. I stood there for a while, holding the door, trying to figure out if I had somehow forgotten. Maybe I was just too tired. Maybe I had only locked the front door and forgot about the back. That seemed possible. I didn't see any signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I kept the flashlight beside my bed that night. The next morning, when I went to get water from the jug on the counter, I noticed the lid was slightly unscrewed. Again, something small. Maybe I just hadn't closed it properly the last time I used it, but it didn't feel right. I checked all the doors and windows, looked behind the curtains, even walked around the outside of the cabin to look for footprints. The ground was dry and hard. I didn't see anything unusual. That afternoon, I sat on the porch for a while, drinking coffee and listening to the wind in the trees. That's when I noticed something else. The trail camera I'd seen the day before, it wasn't on the same tree anymore. It had been moved. I couldn't explain how I knew, but it just looked wrong. The angle was different. It was pointed more toward the window now, not the door. I walked over to it and looked closer. The straps were tighter, and the camera had fresh scuff marks around the edges, like someone had handled it recently. I felt a wave of nausea creep into my chest. Someone had come back and moved it. I wasn't imagining things. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking I heard sounds outside. Small clicks, rustling, maybe a branch snapping. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured someone standing outside the window, just out of view. At one point, I got up and turned on the porch light, but I didn't see anything. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The next morning, I made the decision to leave early. I didn't care about the last 2 days I had paid for. I just wanted to go home. The peace I'd come for was gone. The quiet wasn't calming anymore. It was suffocating. I started packing my things quickly. I was almost done when I went to take out the trash bag from the kitchen. When I stepped outside to toss it into the bin at the edge of the clearing, I saw something that made my hands freeze. There were fresh shoe prints in the dirt. Not mine. These were bigger, wider, and leading from the woods straight toward the back door. They weren't there the day before. I was sure of it. The tracks were deep enough to be recent, maybe even from that morning. I dropped the bag on the ground and scanned the tree line, but I didn't see anyone. I didn't wait around. I threw the rest of my stuff into the car without checking twice and backed out of the narrow driveway, my hands shaking on the wheel. But just as I was about to pull onto the main road, I saw one last thing. At the edge of the woods, maybe 30 feet back, there was a shape. A man, I think, though I never saw his face. He was wearing a dark jacket and jeans, standing completely still between two trees. No movement, no sound, just watching. I didn't stop. I floored the gas and didn't look in the rearview mirror until I hit pavement. When I got back to the city, I went straight to my apartment, locked every door, and sat on the couch for what felt like hours. I couldn't stop thinking about that cabin. I kept replaying the details, the unlocked door, the unscrewed water jug, the trail camera, the footsteps, the figure in the trees. Someone had been there. Maybe they had been coming and going all along. I emailed the host later that night and asked if they had cameras on the property. They replied the next morning saying no, there were no cameras, and nobody else was supposed to be on the land during my stay. I didn't bother arguing. I didn't leave a review. I still don't know who that man was. Maybe he lived somewhere nearby and liked watching people. Maybe he had keys to the place. Maybe he'd been using the cabin when it wasn't rented. Maybe he wasn't planning anything, or maybe he was just waiting for the right time. I never went back. I haven't stayed anywhere remote since. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my apartment, I still check the window, not for headlights or sirens, but for someone standing in the shadows watching. I didn't go to the cabin looking for trouble. I just wanted a break from things. City life was getting too loud. Work was draining me more than usual, and I'd been dealing with this constant fog in my mind for months. So when I saw a listing online for a secluded cabin up north, tucked deep into the forest near the edge of a lake, I figured it was what I needed. The photos made it look peaceful. No neighbors, no distractions, just a small wooden place with a fireplace, a stocked kitchen, and a view of the water. I packed lightly, a week's worth of clothes, some canned food, bread, coffee, a small camping stove just in case, my old fishing rod, 2 knives, and some books. I brought my phone and a power bank too, though I figured there'd be no signal up there. That was the point. The drive up took longer than I thought. Once I left the main road, I followed a gravel path for nearly an hour, bouncing and swerving around potholes and rocks. With the trees closing in tighter the further I went. The cabin wasn't visible from the road. I had to park in a clearing and walk a narrow trail through the woods for about 10 minutes before I saw it. Small, dark brown, with a green tin roof and one tiny porch step. No lights, no wires, no satellite dishes. Just nature all around it. The door was unlocked, and the key was inside under a stone near the fireplace, just like the owner had said. Inside, it was even smaller than it looked in the photos. One room, a small kitchen setup, a fireplace, a bed pushed up against the wall, and a narrow bathroom with an old toilet and a sink that worked only if you pumped a lever. The air inside smelled like wood and something old. Not bad, just dusty. The first day passed without much to note. I unpacked, lit a small fire even though it wasn't cold yet, and sat outside on a folding chair with my coffee, staring at the lake through the trees. The water was calm, and the air was still. The only sounds were birds, wind, and the occasional creak of trees. It was quiet in a way that made you feel like the world had stopped spinning. That night, I read a few chapters from a book, ate some instant noodles, and crawled into bed. The mattress was thin but not terrible. I left one of the windows cracked open for air and listened to the woods as I fell asleep. I woke up around 2 a.m. I don't know why. I wasn't scared, just suddenly wide awake. The fire was out, and it was cold. I got up to grab another blanket and noticed the window I'd left open was now fully open, like someone had pushed it all the way. I was sure I'd only left it open an inch or two, just enough to let the air in. Now it was open wide. I stood there for a moment, just staring out into the darkness. I couldn't see anything past a few feet. I listened, but I heard nothing strange. No footsteps, no voices, no animals. I closed the window, locked it, and went back to bed. The next morning, I chalked it up to wind. Maybe the latch was loose. It didn't bother me much. I spent the day fishing near the lake. I didn't catch anything, but I didn't care. I just stood there, letting the sun warm my back, watching the surface ripple. I wandered along the tree line, took some photos of mushrooms and moss, and even found some deer tracks in the mud. That night, I cooked a small meal, read a little more, and felt a strange calm I hadn't felt in months. But again, I woke up in the middle of the night. This time it was about 3:30 a.m. The window was closed, but the door was cracked open, just slightly, maybe an inch. The cold air coming in made it clear. I stared at it from the bed, heart starting to pound. I'd locked that door. I was sure of it. I even remembered testing it by shaking the handle before going to bed. I got up slowly, knife in hand, and walked to the door. I stepped outside barefoot and stood on the cold porch. The moon was out, and everything was washed in pale light. The trees looked like walls. I scanned the woods, waited to hear something move. Nothing, just silence. I walked around the cabin once, slow, listening hard. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. I stayed up for a while that night, sitting by the fire, knife in my lap, just watching the door. I didn't sleep until sunrise. The third day, I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't fear exactly, more like I was being watched. That quiet that had felt peaceful on day one now made my skin crawl, like something was holding its breath out there. I didn't fish that day. I didn't leave the porch. I just sat there, staring into the trees, holding the knife. I even brought the axe from the woodpile inside and leaned it against the wall near the bed. Around dusk, I saw movement near the tree-line, just a quick flicker of something dark. I froze. It was too far to see clearly, maybe 30 yards away, but it had shape, human shape. I stared for a long time, but nothing else moved. It was gone. I told myself it could have been an animal. Maybe a bear, maybe just a shadow. But the shape had been upright, tall, still. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair and stacked some cans on the windowsill. If anyone opened it, they'd fall and make noise. I didn't sleep at all. At around 4 a.m., I heard footsteps, soft but deliberate, walking just outside the cabin, crunching leaves, slow and steady. I stayed frozen under the blanket, heart racing. The sound circled the cabin once, then again. Then it stopped near the back wall where the bedroom window was. I didn't breathe. Minutes passed, then more. I didn't move until daylight. When I finally stepped outside, I walked around the cabin and checked the ground. There were no clear footprints, just broken leaves and twigs. I followed the path through the woods a little, careful, slow, axe in hand. About 50 yards in, I found a tree with deep scratch marks on it, like something had dragged metal across the bark. Below it was a crushed patch of grass, as if someone had sat there for hours. I turned around and went back to the cabin. I didn't know what else to do. By day 5, I'd stopped sleeping. I was exhausted, eyes bloodshot, nerves frayed. Every sound felt like a threat. The birds that used to calm me now startled me. I carried the axe everywhere, even to the bathroom. I kept all the windows shut and only opened the door in daylight. I thought about leaving early, but the trail back to the car now felt like a trap. What if whoever was out there was waiting for me to leave the cabin? That afternoon, I tried to hike the trail anyway. I made it about halfway before I saw something that stopped me cold. Pair of boot prints, fresh, leading away from the trail and into the trees. Big ones, heavier than mine, deep impressions. They hadn't been there before. I stood still for a long time, just listening. When I finally moved, I backed away, keeping my eyes on the woods the whole time, and returned to the cabin. That night, I placed every sharp thing I had next to the bed. 2 knives, the axe, even the metal rod from the fireplace. I didn't turn the lights off. I sat up in bed, eyes burning, waiting. And then, just past 2 a.m., the door handle rattled. Not hard, just a soft jiggle. Then another. Then silence. I held my breath. A minute passed. Then the window behind me creaked. Not enough to open, just enough to make a sound. I didn't move. At 3:20, there was a knock. Just one. On the wall. Not the door, the wall. Near the back. One knock, then nothing. I stayed frozen, not even blinking until dawn. I packed everything as soon as the sun was up. I didn't eat. I didn't even use the bathroom. I just grabbed my bag, clutched the axe, and left. I walked fast. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no wind. Nothing. Just silence. I didn't look back. Not once. When I got to the car, I checked the windows and tires. Everything looked normal. I got in, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I didn't breathe easy until I saw another car. I never went back. I messaged the cabin owner when I got home and told them I'd left early. I didn't explain why. A few days later, I got curious. I looked up the area. Turns out, over the years, people had gone missing in those woods. Hikers, campers, 2 hunters. Nothing ever confirmed. Nothing recent, but enough to make me feel sick. I thought about calling someone, reporting what I saw or what I thought I saw. But what would I even say? I didn't see a face. I didn't catch anyone. I just felt something wrong. It's been months now. I still wake up at night, sometimes around 3 a.m., heart pounding, thinking I hear footsteps outside. But it's just my mind playing tricks. At least I hope so. That week was supposed to help me heal. Instead, it made me question everything. I still don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I know one thing for sure. It wasn't just the trees watching me. I needed time away from everything. The job, the city, the people. It was all piling up. I wasn't sleeping much, and when I did, I woke up more tired than before. I'd been working the same construction job for almost 9 years straight, and this last year had been the hardest. The projects got bigger, the deadlines got tighter, and management just kept pushing. I told them I was taking 2 weeks off. No one could stop me. I didn't even care if they fired me. I just needed air. Real air. Trees. Wind. Solitude. A guy I used to work with told me about this old cabin up north near the edge of a small mountain range. He said he used to hunt out there years ago. No electricity, no cell signal, no plumbing. Said he hadn't been there in at least 15 years, but it was still standing the last time he checked. I asked him for the directions. He wrote them down on a scrap piece of drywall with a pencil stub and said, "Go clear your head. It's quiet out there." I packed light, mostly canned food, a couple of gas canisters, a camp stove, flashlight, knife, lighter, tarp, rain gear, and 2 sleeping bags. I kept a revolver in the glove box, not because I expected to use it, but just because it felt like the smart thing to do. My truck's tires were good. The oil had been changed recently, and I filled the tank before I left town. It took me about 5 hours to reach the trail that led to the cabin. I parked the truck under some thick trees off a dirt road, far enough so it wouldn't be visible from the path. I grabbed my pack and started the 2-mile walk uphill. The air felt different almost immediately, cleaner, colder. The path had mostly faded, but I followed the directions carefully. It took longer than I expected, nearly 2.5 hours. My legs were sore by the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat. It was a squat little thing, single room, moss on the roof, wood gray from age. One corner had sunk a little, but it looked dry and solid. Inside it was bare except for a metal-framed bed with no mattress, a rickety wooden table, and a stone fireplace. The floor creaked, but it held my weight. There was an old rusted axe leaning in the corner and a stack of rotting firewood beside the door. I opened the window shutters to let in some light and sat on the floor with my back against the wall. I just listened. No cars, no voices, just the wind brushing against the trees and the distant call of some bird I didn't recognize. That first night was calm. I cooked some beans over the camp stove, unrolled my sleeping bag on the floor, and fell asleep early. The quiet was almost too much, like my brain didn't know what to do without the city noise. I woke up once to some animal rustling outside, but I didn't see anything. I listened for a bit, then drifted back off. The next few days passed slowly. I read a paperback I brought, hiked a little during the day, and gathered some fallen wood to use in the fireplace. It wasn't that cold yet, but I liked the smell of a small fire burning in the evening. My thoughts began to clear. I wasn't checking my phone because there was no signal. I barely looked at the time. I was finally breathing again. But by the fourth night, things started to feel off. It was little stuff at first. I noticed some of the firewood I had stacked neatly beside the cabin was scattered. I thought maybe an animal had knocked it over. But the next night, I found a small piece of it sticking straight up in the middle of the trail like someone had planted it there. It didn't make sense. No wind could have done that. Still, I told myself it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe I'd forgotten I left it that way. On the fifth morning, I saw footprints. Human ones. They were faint but clear enough. The dirt was soft near the edge of the clearing, and someone had stepped through while I was asleep. They didn't match mine. They were narrower, maybe barefoot, and came up from the tree line. They circled halfway around the cabin and then disappeared back into the woods. I walked in a full circle around the area looking for more, but they faded fast. My stomach twisted. I hadn't seen another person in days. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the fire small and let it burn low. I stayed inside and left my flashlight on. I heard a sound around midnight, a slow creaking, like the weight of something shifting against the front steps. I didn't move. I held my breath and just listened. Nothing followed. No knock, no footsteps, just a long silence. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around. A single mark, like a finger swipe, ran across the window glass. Long and crooked. It looked like it had been done with something oily or dirty. It wasn't there the day before. I grabbed the revolver from my bag and kept it nearby after that. I told myself I was being paranoid, that maybe some local hiker or squatter was passing through. Maybe they saw the cabin and got curious. But they didn't knock. They didn't say anything. They just watched. That's what made it worse. Whoever it was didn't want to be seen. By day 7, I started feeling like I was being hunted. I saw no animals, no birds. Even the wind seemed to stop sometimes. It was like the woods were holding their breath. I didn't hike anymore. I stayed close. Every time I looked out the window, I felt like someone had just moved out of view. That evening, I found a carving on the back wall of the cabin. A single vertical line, deep and splintered into the wood. I knew it hadn't been there when I arrived. I would have noticed. It was fresh, small curls of wood still clung to the base of it. It was low, at knee height, like a mark left by a knife or chisel. I didn't build a fire that night. I didn't cook anything. I sat in the dark, waiting. I kept the revolver in my lap. I heard a sound after midnight again, a soft tapping on the side of the cabin. Not the door, not the window, the wall itself. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, kept going for at least 10 minutes. I didn't move, then silence. I waited 2 more hours before I finally drifted into a shallow, nervous sleep. The next morning, I found a second line carved next to the first. Same depth, same angle. I packed my bag immediately. I didn't care how much time I had left. I wanted to leave. I wanted out of those woods. I wanted back to my truck. I tied my sleeping bag and stuffed everything I could into my pack. I did one last sweep of the cabin, then stepped out into the clearing. That's when I saw him, across the field, near the edge of the trees. Not walking, not hiding, just standing there. A man, shirtless, barefoot, dirty. His arms hung stiff by his sides. His face was streaked with something dark, maybe mud. His hair was long, matted. I couldn't see his eyes from that distance, but I knew he was looking at me, watching. I didn't move. I just stared. He didn't flinch. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. After a long minute, I took a step backward toward the trail. He didn't follow. He didn't turn. I took another. Then another. I didn't take my eyes off him. I moved slowly, carefully, until the trees swallowed the cabin behind me. I hiked fast. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop to rest. My legs ached. My chest burned, but I didn't stop. It took over an hour to reach the truck. I tossed the pack into the bed and climbed in. I locked the doors and just sat there for a moment, heart racing, hands trembling. I didn't see him again. I turned the key. The engine started. I drove until I hit pavement, then drove another 2 hours before I stopped at a gas station. I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. I looked like a ghost. I washed my face, bought a sandwich, and got back on the road. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't sleep the next either. I never told the cops. What would I say? That someone watched me? That someone stood in the woods? That they carved lines into the wall? But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That man wasn't lost. He wasn't passing through. He lived out there, maybe for years, maybe all alone, maybe not. And I had been in his territory, in his cabin. I don't think he wanted to hurt me, not right away. I think he just wanted me gone. I never went back. I never contacted the guy who gave me the directions. I blocked that memory out for a long time. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I think about those carved lines. How there were only two. How they were fresh. How they looked like tally marks. And how I might have been the third. Started because I needed to be alone for a while. That's all. I wasn't running from anything, not really. Life had just been moving too fast. My job in the city kept eating away at every piece of my mind, every hour of my week. I felt like I was grinding myself down every single day. The noise, the people, the screens, everything just felt too much. So when I got the chance to take 2 weeks off, I didn't book a hotel or head to the beach. I booked a small cabin way out in the woods of northern Idaho. A simple wooden place with no internet, no TV, and no neighbors. Just space, trees, and silence. The place was owned by an old guy I found on a rental website. He had 4 cabins spread out over a huge chunk of land, each one at least 2 miles from the next. I picked the one farthest up the hill, next to a ridgeline. No cell service, just a generator and a wood stove. The photos made it look peaceful, and I needed that peace. I just didn't know it would come with something else. I packed light, just clothes, a few frozen meals, canned food, a hunting knife I'd bought but never used, a flashlight, batteries, a sleeping bag even though the cabin had a bed, and some matches. I also brought a map of the area, a compass, and my old hiking boots. I planned to spend most of the days walking through the trees or reading on the porch. Maybe fish if the river was close enough. That was the idea. That's not what happened. The road to the cabin wasn't even really a road. It was more like a path worn through the trees by truck tires over years of use. It took nearly an hour after I left the last paved road. My truck bounced over rocks, dipped into little ditches, scraped branches. The GPS stopped working about 30 minutes in. I started relying on a paper map the owner had emailed me before I lost signal. The sky was gray that day, thick clouds hanging low. I remember the light being strange, flat, almost like the sun had forgotten to rise. When I finally got there, I parked near a small clearing and walked the last 100 yards to the front of the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, but solid looking. Dark brown wood, a small chimney on one side, a front porch with a crooked railing, and a metal door that looked newer than the rest of it. There were 2 small windows in the front, both shuttered from the inside. I used the key that had been left in a combination box nailed to a post and let myself in. The cabin smelled old, like dry wood and smoke and dust that hadn't moved in years. The floor creaked as I walked. There was one big room that held a bed, a table, a stove, and a small wood-burning heater. A door in the back led to a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet and a cold water sink that fed from a barrel outside. There was no shower, but there was a metal bucket you could heat water in and pour over yourself if needed. I wasn't worried about it. I just needed rest, quiet. The first few days were what I expected. I woke with the sun. I'd make oatmeal or heat up soup, then go walk into the woods with my map and compass, keeping track of direction so I wouldn't get lost. I saw a few deer, a fox once, and a lot of birds. The air was cold and clean. My thoughts slowed down. I didn't even think about work. I kept a little fire going in the stove when I got back and read some old books I'd brought. At night, the dark was so deep, I could barely see my hand in front of my face without a flashlight. I got used to the sounds of the trees creaking, the wind moving through the branches, and sometimes the distant howl of coyotes. It was on the 5th night that things started to feel wrong. I woke up to a strange sound. It wasn't loud, but it was different from everything I'd heard so far. A sharp, slow creaking, like something heavy shifting against something else. I sat up in bed and listened. The cabin was cold. The fire in the stove had gone out hours ago. I grabbed my flashlight and turned it on. The beam lit up the inside of the cabin, catching dust in the air. Nothing looked out of place. The windows were still closed. The door was locked. I listened again. Nothing. But then the next night, I heard it again. This time it came earlier, just past midnight. That same long, dragging creak, like someone leaning against a tree or walking slowly across a porch that was barely holding their weight. I froze in my bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark. My heart beat harder than it should have. I told myself it was just the wind again, just the old wood of the cabin shifting in the cold. That was all. Except the next morning, I found something. Out in front of the cabin, just off the porch steps, the grass was pressed down. At first, I thought it was just from an animal walking through, but it wasn't like that. It was a boot print, clear as day, deep in the soft earth. A single boot, large, pointed toward the door. No prints leading up to it. No prints leaving. Just one, like someone had stood there, right in front of the cabin, and then disappeared. I looked around in every direction. Nothing. Just trees, sky, and silence. I told myself it had to be old. Maybe the owner had been here earlier that week and left it behind. I tried to brush it off. I even laughed at myself later that day. I didn't want to be paranoid, but I didn't sleep well that night. Every small creak made my chest tighten. I left the flashlight on. I kept the knife close. 2 days later, I was out walking the ridge about a mile from the cabin when I saw something that made me stop cold. On the slope just below the trail, there was a tree stump that looked wrong. I don't even know how to explain it clearly. It wasn't the stump itself. It was what was on top of it. A piece of cloth, torn, like from a flannel shirt, faded red and black, tucked neatly under a rock. Not random, not blown there by the wind, placed like a marker, like a signal. My stomach turned. I didn't touch it. I backed away slowly. Then I turned and walked back to the cabin faster than I wanted to admit. That night, I stayed inside with the curtains shut and a chair propped against the door. The wind picked up again. Branches scratched the roof. I tried to read but couldn't focus. My ears were tuned to every sound. At one point, I turned off the flashlight just to listen better. That's when I heard it again. A soft thump, then another, then something scraping the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found something else. A small pile of rocks stacked on the step. 5 stones, perfectly balanced. Not random, not from an animal. I stared at it for a long time. Then I knocked it over. I kicked the stones off the porch and went back inside. I wanted to leave. I wanted to pack up and drive out right then. But I didn't. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was tired, that it was just someone messing around, maybe some hiker or a hunter I hadn't seen. I told myself that if they wanted to hurt me, they would have by now. But that night I saw him, not his face, not clearly, just the shape. It was nearly 3 a.m. I was standing at the window, peeking through the shutter. The moon was out, bright through the clouds. I saw something move at the edge of the clearing. A figure, tall, standing still, not walking, just standing, watching. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't move from the window. I stood there for what felt like hours, eyes locked on that shape. Then slowly it moved, not toward the cabin, not away, just to the side. It stepped behind a tree and didn't come out again. I backed away and sat in the corner with my knife until morning. After that, I started planning how I would leave. I packed my things during the day, making sure everything was ready. I kept my truck close, backed into the clearing so I could leave quickly. I didn't go for walks anymore. I barely ate. I slept during the day when the light made me feel safer. But the figure never came during the day. On the last night, the final night before I planned to leave at sunrise, everything changed. It started with a loud bang on the wall, like something slamming into the side of the cabin. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the knife and flashlight. I turned it on and pointed it toward the sound. Another bang, this time on the door. I stayed frozen. My hands were shaking. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just listened. Then silence. Then the sound of slow footsteps on the porch. Not boots, bare feet. I heard the creak of the boards, the soft thump of weight. Then, just like that, nothing. I stayed like that all night, knife in hand, flashlight ready. I didn't sleep. I waited for the sun. When the sky started to lighten, I rushed outside with my things, heart pounding. I looked around the clearing. No footprints, no sign, nothing. But when I got in the truck and turned it on, I saw something in the rearview mirror. Hanging from a branch behind the cabin was the torn piece of the red and black flannel. The same kind I'd seen on the stump. It hadn't been there before. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove down that trail faster than I should have, the tires slipping on the rocks, scraping through branches. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I was 34 when I decided to get away from everything. Work was eating me alive. My phone buzzed constantly. Emails came in the middle of the night. My sleep was a mess. I lived in a noisy apartment above a pizza shop in the middle of a city that never shut up. I hadn't been outside the city in over a year. Not properly. Not into actual woods or mountains. Just a few parks, walking in circles, pretending I was reconnecting with nature. That kind of thing. One night, after another long day sitting at my desk, with a migraine pressing on the back of my skull, I just sat there and stared at the wall. Not thinking about anything, really, just sitting. Then I opened my laptop and searched for cabins to rent. I didn't want something fancy. I wanted a cabin. A real one. Not some log-themed Airbnb filled with flat-screen TVs and plush bathrobes. I wanted to be away. Just a roof, a bed, a stove, and quiet. Maybe a porch with a view if I was lucky. I filtered out the ones with Wi-Fi. I filtered out the ones within 10 miles of a town. I didn't want to see people. I wanted silence, cold, trees, maybe snow. I ended up booking a cabin in the mountains of western Montana. It was on a piece of private land, surrounded by forest. Nearest neighbor 11 miles. The listing said the place didn't have a road that went directly to it. Not in winter. I'd have to park about a mile away, then hike in. That was perfect. I wanted to be somewhere even delivery trucks couldn't reach. The host messaged me to say they'd leave firewood and some basic supplies like bottled water, canned food, and candles in case the solar system lost power. I left in late January. It was below freezing when I flew into Missoula. I bought a few last-minute supplies, extra socks, propane, trail mix, and a foldable snow shovel and drove west. The drive took most of the afternoon. By the time I reached the turnout where I was supposed to leave the rental car, the sky was pink and blue and fading fast. I strapped on my pack, locked the car, and started walking up the trail that cut through the pine trees. Everything was silent, not even birds, just the sound of my boots crunching snow. By the time I saw the cabin roof, it was nearly dark. The trail dipped and twisted between two steep hillsides, then opened into a clearing. There it was. The place looked older than I expected, like something from the 1940s, but it looked solid. The roof was steep and heavy with snow. The windows had thick shutters bolted open. Smoke curled from the metal chimney. The host had come out earlier to warm the place up. That was more than I expected. The first few hours in the cabin were exactly what I needed. The inside was plain. Wood walls, heavy furniture, a tiny table, and a stove that groaned and clicked as it warmed up. There were thick blankets on the bed, and a big stack of firewood inside the door. I lit some candles, made a simple dinner of canned soup and crackers, and just sat. I listened to the sound of the fire, the occasional creak of the roof beams, the wind brushing the walls. I felt myself start to unwind. That first night, I slept harder than I had in months. The second day was peaceful. I explored the woods behind the cabin a little, just wandering with no plan. There were old trees covered in snow. Some broken branches hung low. I followed some animal tracks for a while, maybe deer, but I never saw anything. I came back to the cabin around lunchtime and chopped some kindling. I didn't touch my phone. I hadn't even checked to see if I had a signal. It didn't matter. I didn't want it. I read part of a book I'd brought and made rice and beans with my small camp stove. The cabin had a propane one too, but I didn't want to waste it. The rest of the day was slow and quiet. It wasn't until the third morning that I noticed something odd. I had gone out back to dig a little latrine spot, since the outhouse was basically a hole in the ground with frozen waste stacked inside. I wanted something fresh, something I could cover up. I walked about 40 yards behind the cabin, found a flat area just past the trees, and started digging. The snow was about a foot thick, and the soil beneath was hard, almost frozen. I was working the little shovel down when I hit something solid. At first, I thought it was a rock, but it wasn't. It made a dull, hollow sound when I hit it. I scraped the snow away and pushed down harder. My shovel blade slid along something flat and hard. I dropped to my knees and started brushing snow aside with my gloves. It was a board, a wooden board, maybe 2 feet wide, buried under just a few inches of dirt. I kept clearing around it and realized it was part of a larger shape. More boards connected with old rusted nails, almost like a lid. It didn't take long to see it for what it was. It was a box, not a crate, not part of the ground, not random debris. A box, long, flat, buried in the ground, about 6 feet long, maybe 2 feet wide, like a coffin. I stopped and just stood there in the snow, my gloves wet, breath fogging the air. I didn't open it. Not then. I went back inside, kicked the snow off my boots, and sat by the fire for a long time. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that box. Why was it there? Who put it there? How long had it been buried? It hadn't looked very old, that was the strange part. The wood wasn't rotting. It wasn't falling apart. It looked like it had been put there maybe a few years ago, and the snow above it hadn't been disturbed. So if someone had buried it recently, it must have been before the last snowfall. I didn't sleep much at all. Every noise outside made me freeze. I thought I heard footsteps once, but when I went to the window, it was just tree branches moving in the wind. I stayed awake until after 4 a.m., then finally passed out with the blanket pulled over my head. The next morning, I went back out. I don't know what made me do it. Curiosity, maybe, or that heavy, pressing feeling in my chest that wouldn't go away. I brought the shovel again and cleared the rest of the snow off the box. Then I started prying it open. The nails were old, rusted. Some bent, some popped loose with a few kicks. The lid cracked and splintered as I worked it free. It took almost half an hour. When I got it open, I just stared. Inside, there were no bones, no body. There were clothes, men's clothes, a heavy flannel jacket, jeans, boots, all folded neatly, a brown leather wallet on top. I picked it up. Inside was a driver's license, Montana plates, photo of a man in his 40s, dark beard, serious face. His name was Thomas Leary. There was also a notebook. I took it back to the cabin. That whole afternoon, I sat at the table reading it. The writing was tight and neat, in black ink. The first few pages were boring lists of supplies, weather notes, maps. Then, about 20 pages in, it changed. He started writing about someone following him. Not just animals, person, or maybe more than one. He said he'd seen boot prints in the snow. Said he found things moved around outside his cabin. His wood pile disturbed, his trail wiped clean. He thought someone was watching him. One night, he wrote, he heard something tapping on the wall behind his bed. Not knocking, tapping. Rhythmic. A single tap, then silence. Then 2 taps. Then nothing for a while. He said he didn't sleep after that. He said he stopped going outside without a gun. The entries became more paranoid. He thought someone had been inside the cabin while he was out. Said his food went missing. Said he left a coin on the windowsill to test if someone opened it, and when he came back, the coin was gone. Then the entries stopped. Just like that. The last entry said, asterisk, "I'm done. I won't be here tomorrow." Asterisk. No date. No explanation. The notebook ended. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want anyone to see the glow. I stayed in the dark, wrapped in my sleeping bag, every sense on high alert. Around 1 a.m., I heard something. Crunching snow. Not an animal. The steps were too heavy. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. Getting closer. Then silence. I didn't move for over an hour. When morning finally came, I went outside. There were boot prints in the snow. Big ones, leading from the woods all the way to the back wall of the cabin. Then they stopped. No prints leading away. Just a set of tracks that came from the trees and ended at my cabin wall. I followed them back. They went to the treeline, then deeper into the woods. I packed everything I could and left that afternoon. I didn't even care about the extra food. I shoved the notebook in my bag and hiked out. I slipped twice, nearly twisted my ankle, but I kept going. When I got to the rental car, it was untouched. I drove straight back to town and booked a motel for the night. I didn't sleep until I was back in my city apartment, 3 days later. A month after I got home, I looked up the name from the ID, Thomas Leary. I found an old news article. Missing person, last seen hiking in western Montana 3 years ago. His truck was found. I never liked going deep into the woods alone, but I did it anyway. I told myself it was for the peace and quiet, for the space to breathe without people around. But really, I think I was trying to prove something to myself, that I could do it, that I could be fine on my own out there, that I wasn't scared of the dark or the silence, or the things people say you should be afraid of. I rented the cabin for a week. It was a small wooden place about 3 hours from the nearest town. A narrow, broken road led up to it, with deep potholes and patches of gravel that made the tires crunch. The trees on either side of the road grew so close together it looked like a tunnel in some places. The kind of road where you wouldn't even notice a car had gone off the side unless you were looking directly at it. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell service, and no neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. That's what the online listing said, and it wasn't lying. The silence was so thick that the buzz of my ears felt like a siren. I got there around 4 p.m. It was early October, and the leaves were starting to turn. The air had a sharpness to it that only happens just before winter begins creeping in. The cabin was exactly as it looked in the photos. A small A-frame with a single bedroom, a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, and a porch that looked out over a clearing with a few tree stumps and a fire ring made of rocks. Behind the cabin, the trees started again, thick and tangled, climbing uphill like a green wall. The first 2 days were exactly what I wanted. I made a fire outside, cooked canned food and eggs on a little camping stove I brought, and spent most of the time walking the trails near the cabin. There were some logging paths behind the cabin that hadn't been used in a while. You could tell by how the grass and weeds had grown up in the middle of them. I followed one of the paths up a long hill and found a kind of flat spot at the top with a view of the valley through the trees. I sat up there for a long time just listening to the wind. Everything started to change on the third night. That evening, I was sitting out on the porch. I had a small lantern next to me and a blanket wrapped around my legs. It was colder than the nights before. I was looking at the stars and just thinking about life, nothing special. That's when I heard the sound. It was far off at first, something like a thump, then another. It wasn't steady. It wasn't rhythmic like footsteps. It was more like something heavy being dropped, maybe wood hitting wood. Came from behind the cabin, somewhere deeper in the woods. I froze and just listened. Nothing happened for a while. No animals, no birds, no wind, just silence. I went back inside and locked the door, telling myself it was probably just a branch falling. Or maybe a deer. There were a lot of deer out here. I'd seen one the day before near the creek. The next morning, I walked the trail behind the cabin again. I wanted to prove to myself there was nothing out there, that I was overthinking. The logging path was the same, muddy in spots, covered in brown leaves. But then I saw the tracks. They weren't shoe prints, they were tire tracks. 2 distinct tire lines had been pressed into the ground, going off the path and into the woods at a shallow angle. That part of the forest was dense. Trees packed tightly together, thick undergrowth, uneven rocks. No one would drive off-road through that for no reason. But the tracks were fresh. The edges of the leaves had been crushed recently, and I could see wet marks in the mud from where it had rained lightly the night before. I followed them. It wasn't easy. The tires had pushed through the ferns and small saplings, snapping twigs and dragging leaves along with them. Whoever had driven there wasn't following any kind of trail. After about 20 minutes of walking, the forest opened slightly near the bottom of a shallow slope, and that's where I saw it. There was an old truck sitting there, half sunk into the soft ground. Moss had started to grow on the roof, and the driver's side door was open, hanging loose. One of the back tires was missing. The inside of the cab was stripped. No seats, no radio, no steering wheel. Just rusted metal and old cigarette butts scattered on the floor. The windshield had a hole punched in it like someone had smashed it from the inside. I stood there staring at it for a long time. Then I saw the drag marks. About 10 feet from the truck, there were deep grooves in the dirt. Something heavy had been pulled or dragged toward the woods. Not something that walked. Something that left long indentations. They curved slightly and disappeared behind a thick patch of underbrush. I didn't follow them. I don't know why. Maybe it was instinct. I just turned around and walked back to the cabin, trying to ignore the tightness in my chest. That night, I barely slept. I kept listening for sounds, but the forest was completely silent. No wind, no animals, not even insects. Around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like a car door slam. Not close, not right by the cabin, but somewhere in the distance behind it. I stayed frozen in bed, staring at the ceiling. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. The next morning, I packed up my stuff. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I wasn't used to the woods, that I was jumping to conclusions. I was supposed to stay for another 3 days, but I didn't care. I wanted to go home. I loaded everything into my car and got ready to leave. That's when I saw the footprints. They were right under the bedroom window. Muddy prints, bare feet, no shoes. They led around the side of the cabin and disappeared into the woods behind it. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. I hadn't walked around the cabin in the mud. I hadn't been barefoot. Someone had been there during the night. I drove out fast. The potholes didn't matter. I didn't care if the car got scratched by the trees or if I busted a tire. I just wanted to be back on the highway. About 10 minutes down the road, I saw something on the right side just past a bend. A flash of color, tucked into the tree line. I slowed down and backed up. Through the trees, maybe 20 feet off the road, was another car. A blue compact hatchback. The front bumper was dented, and the windshield was covered in leaves. The driver's side door was wide open. I didn't stop. I just stared for a second and kept driving. Later that night, after I got home, I looked up the area online. Not much came up. A few reviews of the cabin, mostly good. One review from last year said the guy had left early because he felt watched and saw weird tire tracks behind the cabin. No one had responded to it. No one seemed to care. A week went by. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I figured it was over. Then I got a package in the mail. There was no return address. Just my name and my address written in blocky black marker on the front. Inside was a flash drive and a photo. The photo was a picture of the cabin, taken from the woods. You could see me sitting on the porch. The flash drive had one file on it, a video, just over 30 minutes long. The first few minutes were of someone walking through the woods at night. You could hear the leaves crunching under their feet, heavy breathing. Then the camera pointed at the cabin. The light from inside was glowing through the curtains. It zoomed in slowly, shaking slightly. You could see my shadow moving around inside. Then it cut to a shot of the truck in the woods, the same one I had found. The camera moved around it slowly. Then it tilted down toward the ground. The drag marks were there, but this time there was something at the end of them, a shape lying on its side. It was hard to tell what it was at first, but then the camera got closer. It was a person. They weren't moving. I stopped the video. I called the police and gave them everything. The photo, the flash drive, the story. I thought maybe now they'd take it seriously. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard back. That was over 6 months ago. Now, every few weeks, I get another photo in the mail. No note, no return address, just pictures. Some are of my apartment. One was of me walking to the grocery store. One was of my car parked at work. Whoever it is, they're not done, and they know where I live. I had never really been the kind of person who liked the woods. I wasn't scared of them or anything like that, but I preferred a more familiar environment. Cities made sense to me. Even small towns were fine, but I'd always found the woods too quiet, too open, but at the same time, they felt like they were closing in on you. Still, when my uncle offered me his cabin to use for a week, just to get away from everything, I didn't want to seem ungrateful. At the time, I was going through some stuff. Work had been stressful, and my girlfriend and I had recently ended things. I was living alone, barely sleeping, and I was constantly on edge. My uncle's offer came up during a quick visit to my parents' place, where he happened to be dropping by. He'd said the cabin was in good condition, barely used, just a few miles off a logging road up in the hills. No neighbors, no traffic, just peace and quiet. At first, I hesitated, but then he handed me the key, and I figured maybe a week off the grid would do me some good. The drive took nearly 5 hours. Most of it was highway, but the last hour was winding gravel roads and dirt paths that looked more like dry streambeds than roads. There was no cell signal. I had downloaded offline maps, but even then I had to stop a few times and check road markers to make sure I wasn't lost. After a while, I passed an old rusted gate that was leaning to one side, barely hanging onto its hinges. There was a wooden sign nailed to a tree with faded paint that simply read, "Stone Hollow." That was the place. The cabin was about a quarter mile down a bumpy trail that split off from the road. I parked the car in a little clearing and walked the rest of the way. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. There weren't even birds chirping. The only sound was my boots crunching over dead leaves and the occasional creak of a tree swaying in the breeze. The cabin itself was small but sturdy looking. It was made of dark wood, probably pine, and the roof had a fresh layer of shingles, which made me think my uncle or someone else had done some recent maintenance. There was a porch that wrapped around the front with a wooden chair and a table that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The air smelled like old dust and wood. Not musty, just used. There was a stone fireplace in the corner, a small kitchen with an old propane stove and fridge, and a single bed pushed against the wall with heavy blankets folded at the end. A small table sat in the middle of the room with 2 wooden chairs. The place had electricity from a solar system on the roof and a backup generator outside. There was running water, though it came from a well and tasted a little metallic. Still, it was livable. The first day was fine. I unpacked my stuff, set up my food supply, canned goods, some dried meat, instant coffee, and spent the evening sitting on the porch with a flashlight and a book. The woods creaked and shifted around me, but I told myself that was normal. Trees made noise. Animals moved through the underbrush. It was just nature. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was thick, like something pressing on my ears. Every creak of the cabin made me tense up. I must have woken up a dozen times, sometimes from dreams I couldn't remember, sometimes just because I thought I heard something outside. I kept getting up to check the windows, shining my flashlight through the glass, but I never saw anything. The next morning, I felt tired and irritable, but I figured it was just from the poor sleep. I made coffee and sat outside, listening to the wind rustling through the trees. I saw a deer pass through the clearing down the hill and watched it for a while. That part was nice. It helped me relax a little. Around noon, I went for a walk. I had a map my uncle had left, showing some old logging trails and hunting blinds in the area. I followed one of the trails for a mile or so before turning back. I didn't want to go too far since I had no signal and wasn't exactly experienced with hiking. Still, it felt good to move around. Later that day, I was sitting inside reading when I heard a thump from outside. Not a loud one, more like something had fallen or landed on the porch. I froze and listened. Nothing else. I got up and peeked out the window. Nothing there. I opened the door and stepped outside. Again, nothing. Just the breeze moving the trees and that deep stillness again. That night was worse. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the leaves outside. Not steady walking, just a few crunches here and there, then silence. I told myself it was probably deer, maybe raccoons, but something about it felt off. I kept getting up, checking the windows, shining my flashlight outside. At one point, I thought I saw a shape moving near the trees at the edge of the clearing, but when I pointed my light at it, it was gone. By the third day, I was exhausted. My nerves were shot, and I was starting to feel like maybe this trip hadn't been such a great idea. I made a note to leave a day early if I kept feeling this unsettled. I spent most of the day inside, not reading or doing much, just pacing around, occasionally glancing out the window. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to see. Maybe a person, maybe nothing. I just couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That evening, as I was heating up a can of chili, I heard a noise behind the cabin. This time it was different. Not footsteps. It was a metallic clink, like something brushing against the propane tank or the generator. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped outside the back door. I walked slowly around the cabin, light in hand, ears straining. Nothing. The generator looked fine. The tank was undisturbed, but the hair on my neck was standing up like I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling and listening. I could have sworn I heard breathing outside my window. Not loud, just faint, steady breathing. I didn't move. I didn't even want to look. I stayed like that for hours. The next morning, I made up my mind. I was gonna pack up and leave. I had 4 days left, but I couldn't do it anymore. I started putting my stuff away, folding the blankets, sealing up the food. As I was doing that, I noticed something strange. The front door latch looked like it had been scratched. Not claw marks, scratches. Like someone had run a knife along the edge of the wood. There were 3 or 4 thin, clean lines. I hadn't seen them before. I walked around the cabin again in the daylight. I noticed small things I hadn't before. A crushed beer can near the tree lean, faded and weathered but not ancient. A few cigarette butts buried under some leaves. It hit me then. Maybe someone else had been here recently. Maybe someone still was. I left the cabin around noon, threw my gear into the car, and drove down the trail toward the road. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting someone to step out of the woods and block the path. No one did. When I finally reached the road, I felt some relief, but it was short-lived. As I was driving, I noticed something in the passenger seat, a folded piece of paper. I hadn't left it there. I picked it up and opened it slowly. It was a piece of torn notebook paper with 2 words written in shaky handwriting. Stay quiet. That was it. No explanation, no signature. My heart started racing. I hadn't let anyone in the car. I'd locked the cabin. I had kept the keys with me at all times. There was no way someone should have been able to put it there. I didn't stop driving until I hit the highway. I only pulled over once. I reached a small gas station a few towns away. I went inside, used the restroom, bought some coffee, and sat in my car for nearly an hour just trying to calm down. I didn't know what had happened out there. I didn't know if someone had been watching me the whole time, if someone had been inside the cabin, or if they had just been trying to scare me. But I knew one thing: I wasn't going back. Later, I called my uncle from a payphone and told him I left early. I didn't tell him why. I just said the place made me feel uneasy. He didn't ask questions. Maybe he already knew something I didn't. I haven't spoken about it with anyone since. I haven't gone back into the woods. I still think about that week all the time, especially at night. I keep wondering what would have happened if I stayed, if I had ignored the signs, if I had opened the door that night when I heard breathing. I'll never know, but I do know this: something was out there. watching me, waiting, and whatever it was, it wanted me to stay quiet. The kind of break that's not just about getting away from people, but from screens, schedules, constant buzzing, and all the little things that pile up quietly and slowly crush your chest without you noticing. That kind of break. So when my cousin offered to let me use his hunting cabin in Montana, I didn't hesitate. I packed my gear, left my phone on airplane mode, told a couple people I'd be offline for a while, and hit the road. It was supposed to be quiet, peaceful, just me, the trees, and some books. And it was, for the first couple of days. The cabin wasn't fancy, but it was just what I needed. It sat about 15 miles from the nearest highway, and even that road didn't see much traffic. I had to drive for about an hour on a rough dirt path through thick forest before I even saw the roof. The trees were tall and packed close, mostly pine, and the air smelled cleaner than anything back home. The place was surrounded by nothing but forest for miles. I felt like I could finally breathe again. The cabin itself was a small one-bedroom structure with no running water or electricity, just a wood stove, a cot, a table, and a few shelves stocked with canned food and old hunting gear. My cousin said the solar panels were dead and the generator was busted, but I didn't care. I had brought a headlamp, a lantern, and enough supplies for 10 days. That's all I needed. On my first day, I chopped some wood, cleaned up a few spider webs inside, and settled in with a book. That night, I fell asleep to the sound of rain on the tin roof and the crackling of the fire. Felt like heaven. The next day, I hiked around the area to get a feel for the surroundings. There was a small creek about half a mile east, and the terrain sloped down that way. To the west, the trees got denser and the ground rockier. I marked a few trees with a hatchet so I wouldn't get turned around, and I always carried a compass just in case. I didn't see anyone that day, or the next, which made sense. There were no other cabins for at least 10 miles. That was what I wanted. But on the fourth morning, I noticed something strange. I woke up, boiled some water for oatmeal, and stepped outside to stretch. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but the sky was light enough to see clearly. I looked out toward the trees, and about 50 feet away, I saw something red sticking out behind a pine tree. Just a flash of color. At first, I thought it might have been a bit of trash caught on a branch. But when I walked a little closer, I saw it was a piece of fabric, bright red, like part of a jacket or something. I didn't want to leave the clearing and go too far from the cabin, but I stepped a little closer. The fabric was gone. I blinked and stared at the spot for a while, confused. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe the wind moved something. I scanned the trees for a few more minutes and didn't see anything else. Still, it put a weird feeling in my gut. I told myself not to overthink it. I spent most of that day chopping more wood and reading. In the afternoon, I heard the sound of branches snapping in the woods. I froze and listened. It sounded like footsteps, slow and steady, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. I stayed close to the cabin the rest of the day. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind sounded like something moving outside. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but I kept the hatchet beside me anyway. On the fifth morning, I found footprints. They were in the mud near the back of the cabin, where the ground dipped and held water. Clear boot prints. Not mine. I checked my boots and the tread didn't match. These were wider and deeper. Someone had been there, probably at night. I felt cold in my chest. I stood there staring at them for a long time, trying to think of a good reason someone would be back there. A hunter, maybe? But why come that close? Why not knock? I walked the perimeter of the clearing and found more footprints leading into the woods. They circled the cabin once, then disappeared toward the west, where the trees were thicker. I decided to stay inside the cabin most of the day. I kept the fire low and left the lantern off to stay less visible. I kept listening for footsteps. I didn't hear any. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the cot with the hatchet in my hand and waited. I was tense the whole time, listening to the wind, the branches. Around 2 a.m., I heard the crunch of leaves outside. I held my breath and listened. The sound was slow and deliberate, circling the cabin again. At one point, it stopped right by the window. I didn't move. I just sat in the dark, frozen. I never saw anyone. Eventually, the sound faded into the woods. In the morning, I checked again. More footprints in the mud. This time, they were closer to the front door. I thought about leaving right then, but part of me still clung to the idea that maybe it was just some camper or hiker passing through. It didn't feel like it, though. On the 6th day, I walked to the creek to collect water. I hadn't been there since day 2. When I got there, I found something that nearly made me drop the jug. There was a pile of rocks near the edge of the water, not natural, stacked carefully, and on top of it was a small piece of red cloth, torn, faded. I backed away slowly and returned to the cabin without filling the jug. I still had bottled water. I didn't want to stay out any longer than I had to. That night, it rained again, hard. I tried to focus on the sound and ignore everything else. But at some point during the night, I woke up to a dull tapping sound, like metal on wood. It was coming from the back of the cabin. I waited, heart pounding, too scared to move. The sound continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped. I didn't hear footsteps afterward. I stayed frozen on the cot, gripping the hatchet. When the sun came up, I went out back and found something that made my skin crawl. There were scratches on the door. Shallow cuts, like someone had dragged a knife or a nail across it. 3 long scratches. And nailed into the wall, right next to the doorframe, was a rusted old railroad spike. It hadn't been there before. I pulled it out with the claw end of a hammer I found on the shelf and threw it deep into the woods. That was the last straw. I packed up that morning. I loaded my bag, locked the cabin, and started the long walk to my truck. I was ready to get out, but the truck wouldn't start. I turned the key and got nothing, not even a click. I checked under the hood, thinking maybe something came loose. But when I popped it open, I found all the wires had been cut. Clean, deliberate cuts. I stood there in the cold morning air, staring at the engine, heart sinking. Someone didn't want me to leave. I had no choice. I had to walk. I knew the road out was about 15 miles through rough woods. I'd hiked worse, but this was different. I was scared. I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes, feeling like I was being watched. About an hour into the walk, I found something in the middle of the trail. It was a photo, an actual printed photo lying in the dirt. I picked it up with shaky hands. It was a picture of the cabin, my cousin's cabin, taken from the tree-line, and I was in it, standing by the fire pit, chopping wood. The photo had been taken on day 3 or 4. I dropped it and looked around, heart racing. I couldn't see anyone. I kept walking. Another mile down the path, I found more photos. One was of me sleeping, taken through the cabin window. Another was of my boots by the door. Another showed the hatchet lying on the table. I stopped picking them up after that. I just kept walking. When I finally reached the dirt road, I felt some relief. But I knew I still had miles to go before I reached the highway. I started jogging, even though my legs were sore. At one point, I looked back. About 100 feet behind me, partly hidden in the trees, was a man. I could barely see him, but I recognized the red jacket immediately. He was standing perfectly still, just watching me. I didn't stop. I kept moving, pushing myself harder. My legs burned, my feet ached, but I didn't care. I wasn't stopping again. By late afternoon, I reached the highway. A truck passed, and I flagged it down, waving both arms. The driver was a rancher heading into town. He gave me a ride to the nearest sheriff's station. I told them everything. They sent a few deputies back with me to the cabin. They found the cut wires. They found the photos I left on the trail. They even found the scratches on the door, but they never found the man. They said it was probably some drifter, someone living off the grid, maybe a squatter who got territorial, maybe just some psycho who liked to mess with people. They couldn't say for sure. They offered to let me stay in town a while, but I just wanted to go home. I haven't been back to that cabin since. My cousin ended up selling it the next year. He never went back either. Sometimes I still think about the man in the red jacket. I wonder how long he'd been watching me before I noticed. I wonder how many nights he stood just outside the window waiting. But mostly, I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. I try not to think too hard about that, but some nights, when the wind hits the window just right, I swear I hear that slow, steady tapping again. I had been feeling completely drained for months. Nothing in my life felt right anymore. The city noise, the endless phone calls, the constant traffic, and the job that felt more like a slow death sentence than a career. It all built up. I started waking up feeling tired. I couldn't remember the last time I felt rested. My sleep was broken and scattered, and everything felt like it was closing in around me. That's when I made the decision to go away for a while. I didn't want some luxury hotel or a group vacation. I wanted to be alone. I started looking for remote cabins, the kind that didn't show up on most rental apps. I searched forums, reached out to people on old travel threads, and after a couple of weeks, I found it. A guy on a hiking website said he had an old family cabin out in the Pacific Northwest, not too far from the Canadian border. No cell service, no internet, just woods and silence. That was exactly what I needed. He gave me vague directions and told me I could stay as long as I wanted if I agreed to leave it the way I found it. I wired him a deposit. It didn't even feel like a transaction. There was no listing, no contract, just some messages and a wire transfer. But I was so desperate to escape the noise that I didn't care. I packed up the basics: clothes, a few tools, a small camping stove, canned food, batteries, a hunting knife, and a few books. I even bought a cheap solar battery pack for emergencies. I drove nearly 20 hours straight from Los Angeles. The further north I got, the better I started to feel. Trees replaced buildings. Air started to smell clean. I finally reached the small town closest to the cabin, filled up my tank, grabbed some last-minute supplies, and followed the instructions the guy had sent me. It was mostly dirt roads after that. I drove for almost an hour on a single-lane trail that had no name. At some point, I stopped seeing tire tracks. No other cars had been out here for a long time. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was almost sunset. The place looked older than I expected. It had no paint. The wood was dry and cracked, and the windows were covered with thick plastic instead of glass. But it looked solid. There was a porch, a door with 2 locks, and a tiny path leading out behind the cabin into the forest. The place was small, probably no bigger than 400 square feet inside. Just one main room with a cot, a wood-burning stove, a chair, and a table. I unpacked everything and stored it neatly. There was no running water, so I used jugs and a big blue container I'd filled in town. I set up a little area for cooking outside because I didn't trust the old stove yet. That first night, I sat on the porch, ate a can of soup, and stared at the trees until it got too dark to see. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. For the first 3 days, I didn't see a single sign of people. No planes, no cars, not even distant voices. Just birds, wind, and sometimes the crack of a branch in the forest. I spent the days walking the woods nearby, taking short hikes, collecting dead branches for the stove, and just breathing. I even started journaling, something I hadn't done since high school. But then, small things started bothering me. The first thing I noticed was that the path behind the cabin didn't go nowhere like I assumed. I followed it one morning and found it led deep into the forest. Not just a random trail, it was clearly used by people at some point. The ground was packed down, and I saw cuts in tree trunks like someone had once marked them. I followed it for almost a mile, maybe more. The trees got thicker and the light dimmer. Just as I was about to turn back, I saw an old, broken sign nailed to a tree. It had faded letters, but I could make out the word research. The rest was too weather-worn to read. Below it, on the ground, I saw a few rusted barrels and what looked like broken pieces of fencing, all covered in moss and pine needles. Something about it felt wrong. I left. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not because of the noise, but because of the lack of it. I realized I wasn't hearing the usual sounds. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Just dead silence. I stayed awake in the cot staring at the ceiling. Around midnight, I heard something walking outside. Not an animal. The steps were too slow, too spaced out. One at a time. Crunch. Then a pause. Then another crunch. Whatever it was, it walked past the cabin but didn't stop. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I checked outside. No tracks. The dirt was too dry. I told myself it was probably a deer, even though I knew it wasn't. I pushed the thought away and spent the day closer to the cabin. I didn't walk the trail again. On the 6th day, I saw something that really rattled me. I had gone about 100 feet into the woods to relieve myself and noticed something shiny between the trees. I got closer and saw it was a trail camera, the kind hunters use. It was tied to a tree and pointed toward the path near the back of the cabin. It looked newer than anything else out here. No moss nowhere, just a black motion-triggered camera pointed directly at where I had been walking the first few days. I didn't put it there. I took it down and looked for more. Over the next 2 hours, I found 2 more, both aimed at the trail. That meant someone had been out here recently, and they were watching that trail, maybe even watching me. My skin started crawling. I suddenly felt like I was being watched even now. I took the cameras back to the cabin and stuffed them inside a drawer. I didn't know whether to be angry or scared, or both, but I knew I couldn't relax anymore. That night, I barricaded the door. I put a chair under the knob and stacked wood in front of it. I didn't sleep again. On the 8th day, I heard whistling in the distance. I was outside, boiling water on the fire when I heard it. Soft, distant, but clearly human. A simple tune going up and down, repeating. I froze. It wasn't close, but it was definitely coming from the trail. I stayed completely still for nearly 5 minutes, but it never came closer. I went back inside, locked up, and waited. I didn't hear it again that day, but the feeling stayed with me. The feeling that I wasn't alone out here. On the 9th day, I saw a boot print near the edge of the trail. A large one, probably a man's. Fresh. The soil was still a little damp from a light rain the night before, and the print was deep, like someone heavy had stepped into it recently. I packed up that afternoon. I had planned to stay 2 weeks, but I decided I'd leave early in the morning. I was done. Whatever peace I came here to find was long gone. That night, something happened that I still think about every single day. It was just after midnight when I heard it. Not footsteps, not an animal. It was the sound of my car door opening. I sat straight up in the cot, heart pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and knife and crept to the window. I had parked the car just a little off the side of the cabin, in plain view. I pulled the plastic window covering aside just a bit and looked out. There was someone standing next to my car. I couldn't see their face. They wore a hood and were crouched near the back wheel. I saw them stand up slowly, look around, and then walk toward the back of the cabin, toward the trail. I waited almost 20 minutes before I even moved. I finally opened the door, holding my knife tight, and went out. The back tire of my car was slashed. A clean cut, not a flat, a deep slice like from a knife or razor. I stared at it for a long time, then looked at the woods. The trees were still. The air was cold. I didn't hear anything. I went back inside and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. To first light, I packed everything. I drove on the bad tire as far as I could before it completely gave out. Then I walked. I walked for almost 6 hours until I finally flagged down a truck on a logging road. The man who picked me up barely spoke but drove me to the town where I'd filled up gas before. I told him someone had slashed my tire out by the old research trail. His face changed when I said that. He didn't say anything, just dropped me off and left quickly. I didn't go back for the car. I never contacted the guy who rented me the cabin. I didn't want to know anything more about it. Over the next few weeks, I tried to go back to normal life, but I kept thinking about those cameras, that whistle, that man by my car. Someone had been watching that trail for a reason. Someone had been watching me, and whoever they were, they didn't want me there. I had been working as a freelance photographer for a couple of years. Mostly small gigs, weddings, graduations, product photos for websites, things like that. But deep down, I always wanted to do something more personal, more creative, something that came from me, not just what clients wanted. So I planned a solo trip into the woods to work on a nature photo portfolio. Something calm, beautiful, peaceful. I found a cabin rental listing on a quiet website someone had posted in a private photography group. It wasn't on Airbnb or any big site like that. Just a plain website with a couple of grainy pictures and a contact form. I messaged the guy, he replied quick. Said the cabin was 11 miles off the main road, tucked in the hills near an old logging trail. No cell service, no neighbors. Off-grid, fully solar-powered, with stove for heat. Rustic, but with everything I'd need. I thought it was perfect. I packed up my gear, my DSLR, tripod, lenses, and drone. Brought my laptop and 2 external hard drives. I also brought a small shotgun just in case. Not because I expected trouble, just for comfort. I always kept it locked up when I wasn't using it. It took me about 4 hours to drive out from the city. The last hour of it was over a winding dirt road, narrow and full of potholes. The whole time I was thinking, man, this is exactly the kind of place I need to clear my head. When I reached the cabin, I was surprised. It actually looked better in person. Real logs, not fake siding. One small deck out front with a chair, a little fire pit, and trees in every direction. No sounds but wind and birds. Inside, it was one big room with a small bed in the corner, a kitchenette, a wood stove, and a bathroom that worked off a water tank and septic system. No Wi-Fi, just a little shelf with some old books and a dusty radio that didn't pick up any stations. I unpacked and settled in. For the first 2 days, everything went exactly how I hoped. I'd wake up early, make some instant coffee on the propane stove, and take my camera out on foot. There were endless hills and open clearings. I got shots of deer, fog moving through the trees, a hawk diving down to grab a squirrel. I even got some beautiful long exposure shots of the stars the second night. Everything was peaceful, but on the 3rd day, something shifted. Subtle at first. That morning, I went out further than usual. I had mapped out the trails around the cabin with my GPS watch and planned a big loop that would take me about 5 hours round trip. I packed light, just one lens, a few snacks, a water bottle, and the GPS. The hike out was beautiful, quiet. I didn't see a single person. About halfway through the loop, I spotted something strange in a clearing. An old car. It was almost completely rusted out, covered in pine needles and moss, with one of its doors hanging open. Looked like it had been there for years. I took a couple of photos of it from different angles. Nothing unusual about it other than how random it was to find it that deep in the woods. Still, it gave me a weird feeling. That car didn't drive itself out here. Someone left it there. I made it back to the cabin by early evening, cooked some chili, reviewed my shots, and backed everything up. But around 9 p.m., while I was sipping on a whiskey and flipping through one of the books on the shelf, I thought I heard something outside. It was a short, quick noise, not an animal moving through brush or wind. It was sharper, a crack, like a branch snapping. I turned off the lantern and just sat there in the dark, listening. After a full minute, I convinced myself it was nothing. The woods are full of random noises, but then I heard it again. Closer, same kind of crack, then silence. I got up slowly and took the shotgun out of the lockbox. I didn't chamber a shell, I wasn't planning on using it. Just wanted it near me. I opened the cabin door slowly and stepped out onto the deck. Everything was still. The trees swayed a little in the wind, but nothing else moved. No animals, no bugs. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, heart beating harder than it should have. Eventually, I went back inside and went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Not because of the noise, but because I couldn't shake that feeling. You know the one, that sick tension in your stomach when something feels wrong and you can't explain why. My brain kept looping the same thought. Asterisk, what if someone's out there? Asterisk. I finally drifted off sometime after 2 a.m., shotgun next to the bed. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I figured I was just being paranoid. Too much time alone makes the imagination run wild. I shot a few photos near the stream and then spent the afternoon inside editing. But when I walked out to the fire pit just before sunset, I noticed something strange in the dirt near the edge of the cabin. A footprint. It was faint, but it wasn't mine. Too big, for one thing, and the tread was different than my boots. It looked fresher than anything else. No leaves or debris over it. just a clean mark in the soft dirt. I stared at it for way too long. I knew I hadn't seen anyone out there. I knew the cabin was supposed to be isolated, 11 miles off the main road. The nearest house was probably miles away. That night, I locked the door and kept the shotgun even closer. At around 3 a.m., I woke up in a sweat. No noise, no movement, just a tight feeling in my chest. I reached for the flashlight next to my bed and flicked it on. The curtain over the small window near the bed was slightly open. I always kept it closed tight. I remember checking it before going to sleep. I got up and pulled the curtain fully shut, then listened hard for any noise. Nothing. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the chair by the window, shotgun across my lap, staring out into the dark through the small gap in the curtain. I didn't see anything, but I never really relaxed after that. My skin felt itchy and hot, like my body knew something my brain didn't. The next morning, I found 2 more footprints, this time behind the cabin. They were spaced apart, facing the woods, like someone had been standing there looking in. I packed everything that morning. I shoved my camera gear, clothes, laptop, everything, into bags as fast as I could. I didn't even eat, just shoved a protein bar in my pocket and loaded the car. It took a while to get the tires to grip the dirt trail. My hands were sweating on the wheel. I kept looking in the mirror. Every bump in the road made the camera gear clatter in the backseat. I drove nonstop until I hit a gas station just before the highway. I thought that was it, that it was just some local hunter or squatter, maybe a drifter. Someone saw me, maybe even watched me for a while, but didn't do anything. Just weird behavior. Nothing happened. I was gone now, but when I got home and plugged in my hard drives to transfer everything over, I saw something that made my stomach sink. A new folder. I didn't make it. It was labeled just a dash. Inside were 46 photos. All of me, all taken from outside the cabin, through the windows, from the tree line, some at night, some during the day. In one of them, I was brushing my teeth by the small mirror. In another, I was sitting on the porch reading. In one, I was asleep on the bed. I checked the timestamps. The photos were taken before I noticed the footprints. I wanted to throw up. Someone had been there from the start, watching me, maybe the entire time. I don't know who it was. I still don't. I called the police, and they sent someone out to the cabin days later, but they didn't find anything. No prints, no gear, no signs of a person staying out there. They told me it was probably just someone passing through, but they couldn't explain the photos. I deleted everything, the whole portfolio. I couldn't look at any of it after that. Sold the hard drives, stopped shooting for a while. Even now, years later, I keep blackout curtains on every window. I check every door twice before bed, and I haven't gone back into the woods since. I didn't plan to stay out there for that long. Maybe a week or so. That's all I wanted. Just some time away from people, from the pressure, from everything. My job had gotten overwhelming, and I was tired of the routine, the screens, the city noise, the deadlines. I just needed to breathe, to be in nature, away from emails and calls and expectations. I booked a remote cabin I found online. It was a small wooden place in the northern part of the state, deep in the woods. The listing said it was secluded, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, solar-powered, with a basic kitchen, a wood stove, and a small lake nearby. It sounded perfect to me. The drive up there took nearly 5 hours. The last 2 hours were through winding dirt roads that my car wasn't built for. The trees got denser the farther I drove, and by the time I reached the turnoff for the cabin, I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. The air was cool and fresh. I remember rolling down the window and just listening to the silence for a minute. It felt like I had left the world behind. The cabin sat on a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. It looked older than it did in the pictures, but not in a bad way. Just weathered, like it had been there for a long time. There was a fire pit out front, a small porch with 2 chairs, and a narrow path that led downhill into the trees. I didn't see the lake from where I parked, but the listing said it was about a 1/4 mile away. I unloaded my stuff, just the basics. Some food, water jugs, a flashlight, batteries, a few clothes, a paperback novel, and my sleeping bag. The inside of the cabin was small but clean. One room with a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a shelf with some old books. There was a small counter with a propane stove, a cooler, and a wood-burning heater near the wall. No TV, no electronics, not even a clock. Just quiet. The first day was peaceful. I sat on the porch and watched the sunlight filter through the trees. I listened to the wind, to the birds, to the crackle of the leaves. I didn't realize how much noise I had gotten used to in the city until I felt what real silence sounded like. That night, I lit a small fire outside. I sat by it for an hour or two, just staring at the flames, sipping on a can of beer I had brought. The woods around me were pitch dark. The stars looked clearer than I'd ever seen them. When the fire burned down to embers, I went inside, locked the door, and climbed into the bed. I slept hard that night. The next morning, I walked down the path through the woods to find the lake. The trail was narrow and sloped, with ferns and brush closing in on both sides. I had to duck under a few branches and step over some fallen logs. After maybe 10 minutes, the trail opened up to a small, calm lake. It was like a mirror, still and untouched, surrounded by trees that leaned over it like they were watching. There was a small wooden dock stretching a few feet out. I stood there for a while, just breathing, feeling like I was somewhere no one had been in years. The rest of that day was uneventful. I read, I gathered some firewood, and I explored the area a bit more. I came across what looked like an old fence line deeper in the woods, just a few rusted posts sticking out of the ground with bits of wire hanging from them. I guess the land must have been used for farming or cattle way back. I stayed near the cabin the rest of the afternoon, cooked some canned beans on the little stove, tried fishing at the lake but caught nothing. I didn't mind. I hadn't seen a single person since I got there. That was the whole point. But that night, things started to feel off. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. I had woken up because I needed to use the bathroom, and since the cabin didn't have one, I had to go outside. I grabbed my flashlight, opened the door, and stepped out onto the porch. Everything was quiet, the kind of quiet that almost feels too quiet. I walked down off the porch a few steps, maybe 20 feet from the cabin. I was halfway through doing my business when I heard something move in the woods to my right. A fast rustle, then silence again. I froze. The flashlight beam only reached so far, and everything past it was just black shapes of trees. I waited. Nothing moved again. Probably a raccoon or a deer, I told myself. I wasn't new to nature. I had camped before. I knew animals moved around at night. Still, something about the sound felt strange. It wasn't slow or cautious like a deer. It was sudden, heavy, quick, like something had been watching and then darted away. I finished and went back inside. I locked the door, double-checked it, then got back in bed. Took me a long time to fall asleep. The next day I felt uneasy. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every noise seemed louder. I decided to stay near the cabin again, just reading and collecting wood. Around midday, I walked down to the lake again, more out of habit than anything. I sat on the dock for a while, eating a snack. I noticed something strange across the water, a dark shape near the tree line, too far to make out, but it didn't look like a tree or rock. I stared at it for maybe 10 minutes. It never moved. I eventually convinced myself it was just a fallen log or a trick of the light. But I left the lake soon after. That night was worse. I didn't light a fire. I stayed inside, trying to read, but I kept glancing at the windows. I felt watched. Around midnight, I heard movement again, this time closer. I turned off the lamp and just sat in the dark, listening. The crunching of leaves, then silence, then another step. It sounded like footsteps, slow, careful. I held my breath. The sound stopped. I waited for maybe 15 minutes, not daring to move. Eventually, I heard nothing more. I went to bed with a heavy feeling in my chest. When I woke up the next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. Right outside the cabin, in the dirt near the fire pit, there were footprints. Bare footprints. Human, not mine. These were bigger and fresh. I stared at them for a long time. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, then went back the way they came. They had been right outside while I slept. Couldn't believe it. Who would be out here? There were no other cabins nearby. No hikers. No campgrounds. I thought about leaving right then, but my car was parked up the hill, and the road back was long and rough. Besides, I didn't know if I was just overreacting. Maybe a hiker got lost? Maybe some backwoods guy lived out here? Still, I felt something was wrong. That day, I didn't go to the lake. I kept the cabin locked and stayed inside, keeping my knife close. I listened to every sound. Even during the day, I felt nervous. I looked out the windows constantly. Every time the wind moved the branches, my heart jumped. Around dusk, I saw something. Out past the tree line, maybe 50 yards from the cabin, a man was standing there. Just standing. I didn't see his face. He was too far. But he wasn't moving. Not walking. Just staring. At the cabin. I backed away from the window slowly. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't know what to do. Yell? Run? Call for help? There was no signal. No one would hear me. I grabbed my keys and thought about driving out. But by the time I worked up the nerve to look again, he was gone. I didn't sleep that night. The sounds came again. More footsteps. Closer. Slower. I heard the porch creak. Then something tapped the window just once. Then silence. I stayed completely still until the sun started to rise. I looked outside. No one there. But I found something new. On the porch, scratched into the wood, were letters. Just one word. Soon. That was it. I packed everything, grabbed my bag, and left the cabin. I didn't clean up. I didn't care. I jogged up the trail to my car, looking over my shoulder the whole way. I tossed my stuff in and started the engine. The dirt road felt longer than before. Every turn I expected to see someone in the trees, but I made it out. I didn't stop driving for 4 hours straight. When I got back to the city, I called the owner of the cabin. No answer. Emailed. No reply. I reported what happened to the local sheriff's office. They said they'd check it out. I don't know if they ever did. That was 3 months ago. I still think about it. I wake up at night sometimes, sweating, thinking I hear footsteps. I haven't gone into the woods since. I don't think I ever will again. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I believe this, they weren't just passing by. They had been watching me from the start. And they were going to do something. I just left before they got the chance. I don't know what pushed me to go back to that cabin in the middle of nowhere. Maybe it was just about getting away from people for a while. Maybe I just needed silence, real silence, the kind you only get far away from highways, towns, or phone towers. I had been working nonstop for years without taking a real break. I thought I deserved it. I thought I could handle it. The cabin had been in my family for a long time. My grandfather built it with his own hands before I was even born. It sat on a small piece of forested land in a part of the country nobody talks about. There was no cell signal out there, no Wi-Fi, no paved road for the last mile. If you didn't know the turnoff existed, you'd drive right past it. The place had been sitting and used for almost 6 years. The last time I visited was with my brother, before things went south between us. He stopped talking to me after we had a big argument about our parents' estate. I don't remember all the details of the fight, but it was bad enough that we never spoke again. I guess I thought maybe going back there would help me let go of some of that. I took a week off work and packed everything I thought I'd need. I made sure to bring extra batteries, 2 flashlights, a couple of gas cans, food for at least 10 days, a solar charger, and my old bolt-action rifle just in case. Not that I expected to use it. It was more of a habit, something my dad always did when we came out here. The drive took most of the day. Once I turned off the main highway, it was another hour of gravel road, then another 15 minutes down a trail that barely passed for a road. The trees grew thick here, branches arching overhead and blocking the sun. Dust kicked up behind my tires as I crawled along in 4-wheel drive. The truck handled it fine, but I kept the windows up. The place smelled like pine needles and mud. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun had started to dip behind the trees. The cabin looked the same as I remembered, maybe a bit more weathered. The roof still held up, though a few shingles had come loose. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, but nothing had been touched or broken. I walked from room to room, just soaking it all in. The air smelled like dry wood and thyme. I opened the windows to let in some fresh air and unpacked my gear, placing things where I remembered them being when I was younger. There was no running water, but I brought plenty with me. The generator out back was old but still functional. I poured in some fresh gas and gave the starter cord a few good pulls. It groaned to life on the fourth try. That first night was peaceful. I cooked a can of beans over the gas stove, sat on the porch with a beer, and watched the light fade through the trees. Crickets filled the air. A soft wind stirred the leaves. For the first time in months, I felt still. I went to bed early, pulling the thick blankets around me. The old mattress creaked under my weight, but it held. I woke up just after sunrise the next day. Birds were already going at it outside. I boiled water for coffee and took it with me outside. A heavy mist hung low over the trees. I stood on the porch for a long time, just sipping and listening. Then I noticed something out in the field. The field wasn't really a field in the traditional sense. It was just a clearing past the tree line, a patch of grass maybe a few 100 feet wide. When I was a kid, my grandfather told me he cleared it so we could see deer more easily from the cabin. It had always been empty, but now there was a man standing in it. He was far enough away that I couldn't see his face. He stood right in the middle of the grass, facing toward the cabin. He wasn't moving, just standing. At first, I thought maybe it was a hunter or someone hiking through, but people didn't usually come out this way. There were no public trails nearby. I stared at him for a while. He didn't do anything, just stood there still as a post. After about 10 minutes, I decided it was probably nothing. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe he was lost. I went back inside and tried not to think about it. When I looked again a little later, he was gone. The rest of the day passed slowly. I spent most of it outside, clearing some brush, walking the old trails, and taking photos of the woods. It felt good to get away from screens and people. I didn't check the field again until just before sunset. He was back. Same spot, same posture, facing the cabin, still not moving. I watched him from behind the curtains. I thought about yelling, but something stopped me. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like confusion. What was he doing? Why did he come back? I stared at him until it got dark. Then I turned off the lights, locked the doors, and lay in bed with the rifle beside me. I didn't sleep much. By morning, he was gone again. I told myself it was probably some local guy who wandered in from somewhere nearby, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked out to the field in the afternoon, hoping to see tracks. The grass was tall but didn't look disturbed. No footprints, no broken stems, no sign that anyone had been standing there at all. The next day, he didn't show up. I waited. I kept glancing out the window. Every few minutes, I checked. Nothing. I stayed up until midnight, sitting on the porch with the rifle across my lap. No movement. The field stayed empty. Then he came back the next day. It was just afternoon. I had been chopping wood when I looked up and saw him. Same spot, same direction. I watched him from the tree line, sweat dripping down my back. He didn't flinch, didn't even blink as far as I could tell. Just stood there. I walked toward him, not directly, more at an angle. I figured if I could circle around and get a better look, maybe I could figure out what he wanted. But the moment I stepped into the field, I blinked, and he was gone. I don't mean he ran off. I mean, one moment he was there, and the next he wasn't. The field was just empty. I stood there a long time, scanning the trees. I walked through the grass, checking for prints again. Still nothing. The air felt wrong, like the pressure had dropped, like something was watching me. I went back inside and stayed there for the rest of the day. He didn't come back that night, or the night after. But then things started to change around the cabin. Small things at first. I noticed my flashlight wasn't where I left it. The batteries in the radio were drained, even though I hadn't used it. My water jug had been moved a few inches to the left. I thought maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just on edge. But it kept happening. One night, I found muddy footprints on the porch. Just one set. They came up to the door, then stopped. No prints going back down. No sign of anyone leaving. The next night, the generator shut off on its own. I went out to check it and found the fuel line disconnected. I hadn't touched it. Nobody else could have. I started sleeping with the rifle in my hands. On the 6th night, I heard something outside. Not animals, not wind. It was footsteps, slow, heavy, deliberate. I lay frozen in bed, eyes open, heart pounding. They circled the cabin once, then silence. In the morning, I found scratches on the window frame. 3 deep grooves, as if someone dragged a knife or a metal hook across it. My chest felt tight all day. I tried to leave the next morning. I packed everything up and loaded the truck. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood. Someone had removed the battery completely. Just gone. Not disconnected. Asterisk, asterisk, gone, asterisk, asterisk. I hiked to the end of the old logging road where I used to get a single bar of cell signal. But when I reached the spot, the signal never came. I climbed a ridge. Nothing. I walked for over an hour in 3 different directions. No signal. Just forest. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept all the lights on. I sat in the living room with the rifle across my lap, eyes on the windows. Just after 2 a.m., I heard the doorknob turn. Not rattle, asterisk, asterisk, turn, asterisk, asterisk. Clicked softly. I held my breath. Turned again. Then footsteps. Heavy. Slow. They walked around the cabin, stopping at each window one by one. I heard them breathe. Then nothing. In the morning, I found the front door unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I double-checked it the night before. My can of beans from the shelf was missing. My flashlight was gone. My extra rifle rounds were gone. On the last day, I stopped pretending this was normal. I boarded up the windows. I pushed furniture in front of the door. I kept a fire going all day and stayed alert. I didn't go outside. I didn't eat. I just waited. He didn't show up in the field again. Not after that. But I could feel him closer now. Every time I looked out the window, I expected to see his face looking back. That night, the generator went out again. I didn't bother fixing it. I sat in the dark with the rifle, every muscle in my body tensed. Hours passed. Then I heard the floor creak behind me. Just once. I turned slowly, rifle raised. Nothing was there. I walked from room to room, gun up. I rented the cabin because I needed quiet. That was the only reason. I wasn't looking for some spiritual retreat or finding myself kind of thing. I just needed a place to work, somewhere far from distractions. I had a deadline, and my brain was burned out from the usual routine of coffee shops, my apartment, and the noise of the city. I figured a week alone in the woods would help me get it done. No phone calls, no emails, no neighbors or traffic. Just me, my laptop, and quiet. I booked it online. It was one of those listings that didn't even have many reviews. A few stars, 1 photo, and a short description that made it sound like it was buried deep in the forest, but with electricity, hot water, and a small kitchen. The photo showed a small, single-level wooden cabin with a porch and a fire pit. Nothing special, just what I needed. The guy who listed it gave me GPS coordinates and instructions on how to unlock the door using a code box by the front steps. I packed food, water, clothes, and my laptop. I made sure to bring extra batteries, a flashlight, and a power bank just in case the electricity cut out. I'm not exactly a survival expert, but I wanted to be prepared. It took me almost 6 hours to get there. 3 of those hours were on a highway, the rest on narrowing roads that turned to gravel and eventually dirt. There were barely any signs, and I passed maybe 2 houses in the last hour before the trees swallowed the road completely. I started to worry I was lost until I finally saw a rusted mailbox and a small wooden sign nailed to a tree that matched the name on the listing. I turned in, followed the bumpy trail for another 10 minutes, and eventually saw the cabin. It looked like the picture, small, quiet, old, but clean enough. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by thick pine forest. The place looked like no one had been there in months, maybe even longer. I didn't mind. That was the point. It was late afternoon when I got there, and the sun was already low behind the trees. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out was how quiet it was. No wind, no birds, no insects, just silence. I stood there for a second and looked around. The air smelled like damp leaves and wood. I liked it. I felt calm. I didn't know at the time that that calm feeling would not last. I opened the code box, got the key, and stepped inside. It was one open room with a bed in one corner, a desk near a small window, and a kitchenette with a tiny stove and a sink. There was an old wood-burning stove for heat, but the electricity was working. Lights came on. The outlets worked. There was even a small fridge that hummed to life when I plugged it in. Everything was simple and functional. I unloaded my stuff, made a quick dinner, and sat down to get some work done before it got dark. That first night was peaceful. I typed a few pages, read some notes, then got tired around 10 p.m. I turned off the lights, crawled into bed, and fell asleep to the hum of the fridge and the soft creaks of the old cabin settling. I woke up once around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom and noticed that the woods outside were pitch black. The kind of black where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. I flicked on the porch light just to take a quick look around. Nothing, just trees. I went back inside and went to sleep. The next morning, I made coffee, stretched, and got to work. I didn't even think about checking my phone. There was no signal anyway. The first half of the day went smoothly. I got a lot done. Around lunchtime, I stepped outside to eat and walk around a little. The woods felt different. I don't know how to explain it. They didn't feel welcoming. I had no reason to think something was wrong, but something in the way the trees stood, still and quiet, put me on edge. I didn't hear a single bird the whole time. It was strange. Usually you hear at least some rustling or chirping, but there was nothing, just stillness, like everything was waiting. I shook it off, told myself I was just not used to real silence, and went back inside. That night, I stayed up later, typing deep into the evening. I had a small desk lamp on and everything else was dark. Around midnight, I got up to stretch and refill my water. As I turned toward the kitchen, I thought I saw movement outside the window. Just a shadow, a flicker. I froze. I stared out the window for a while, not even breathing. But there was nothing there, just the reflection of the lamp behind me in the glass. I stood still for a while, staring into the dark. I told myself it was probably just me shifting and catching my own reflection out of the corner of my eye. I turned off the light and went to bed. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, unsure why. I'd look around the dark room, listen, then drift off again. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not loud ones, just soft crunches, like someone stepping carefully on the dry leaves around the cabin. I stayed in bed, holding my breath, listening. But after a while, it stopped. And then I told myself again that it was probably just some animal. The next morning, I was tired. I made stronger coffee and sat at the desk, staring at my screen for almost an hour without typing. I was distracted. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I decided to take a break and walk around the area, just to clear my head. I didn't go far, maybe 50 feet from the cabin in every direction. The forest looked the same in every direction. Still quiet, heavy. I noticed something strange near the trees behind the cabin. Patch of disturbed ground. It looked like someone had dug into the soil and then tried to cover it back up. The leaves were messy there, unlike everywhere else. I knelt down to check. The dirt was loose, fresh. It didn't look like an animal had been digging. It was too even. I didn't touch it. I just stood up, walked back inside, and locked the door. That evening, I closed the blinds. I didn't want to look outside. I kept the lights on and sat at the desk, working. I tried not to think about the disturbed ground. At some point, around 9 p.m., I heard a soft thump on the back wall. Just one. Then nothing. I stood up, heart pounding, and waited. I turned off the light and went to the back door, which I had never used. It was locked. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened. Nothing. The rest of the night passed slowly. I stayed up until almost 3 a.m., too scared to sleep. I finally lay down with the flashlight in my hand. I woke up at sunrise, stiff and anxious. That day, I checked the back of the cabin in the daylight. There was a smear of dirt on the wall, like someone had touched it with muddy hands. No footprints, no trash, just that one dirty smear. I didn't know what to make of it. That afternoon, I decided to leave early. I had told myself I'd stay a full week, but I couldn't take it anymore. The silence, the strange noises, the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't feel safe. I packed everything into my car and tried to start it. The engine clicked but didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood and checked the battery terminals. They were clean. Everything looked fine. I checked the gas. There was half a tank. I got back in and tried again. Still nothing. I sat there for a long time, staring at the trees. I decided to wait until morning. Maybe the battery was drained, and it would work after resting. I unpacked a few things, locked the door again, and tried to settle in for one more night. That evening, I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard the sound again. Soft steps, but this time closer. They circled the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I crouched near the bed, holding the flashlight but not turning it on. Then the doorknob turned. I heard it clearly. A quiet click, followed by the sound of someone gently trying to open the door. It was locked. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't speak, just tried the knob, then stepped away. I stayed on the floor for hours. Eventually, the sun came up. I stepped outside, looked around, and saw fresh footprints in the dirt near the porch. Bare feet, no shoes, no socks, just muddy, wide footprints. They led from the trees around the cabin, then back into the forest. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone signal, no working car, no way to contact anyone. I sat on the porch, waiting, watching the woods. By late afternoon, I tried the car again. This time, it started. I didn't think. I just grabbed my bag, jumped in, and drove. I didn't stop until I was back on the highway. I never reported anything. I never called the guy who listed the cabin. I didn't want to explain it to anyone. I just wanted to forget. But I still think about it. I still wonder who was out there. I still wonder what was buried behind the cabin. And I still remember the sound of that doorknob turning in the dark.